Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Devin Allen, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Thank you. Our invocation today will be delivered by Dr. Sultan Cole from Revealed Word Ministries, Fort Worth. Thank you for coming out today. After the invocation, please remain standing for our pledges.
Thank you, Judge Whitley. Shall we pray? God of love, mercy, grace, and justice, who is the creator of all living beings that ever were, that are now, and those who shall be. We pray for the people of the world this day, people who are hurting and struggling in the midst of global pandemic. We pray for the people of our country and for the Tarrant County Commissioners and our county judge. We pray for wisdom, stamina, and compassion for all our leaders. And we pray for help, encouragement, and lasting improvements for the people of our county who are being represented in this sanctified place. We ask you, Heavenly Father, to be our good shepherd. Walk with us through this valley of sickness, of death and frustration and fatigue, of overwhelm and awe. Remind us that this year we have more faith and less fear because you are in control. Help us to be honest with you. Help us to be honest with ourselves and each other, to reach out to you and to each other when we need wisdom. Help us to see the goodness in our brother's heart and remind us to pray for each other even when we disagree. Grant us your spirit of peace that surpasses all understanding, that it may guard our hearts and our minds in Christ Jesus, and give us the courage and strength we need to focus on love, to find new ways to work for justice and peace, to meet the challenges. Remind us daily, as long as we have faith in you, that all things are possible. We pray for safety, for strength, for compassion, for creativity, and for calm and careful decision-making. We are separated physically, but there is a spirit that unites us, a spirit that will guide and encourage each of us. These days have taught us that even while we need to physically stay apart, we can come together to care for our community. We pray that we will all continue to seek justice, compassion, health, and peace for everyone. We can collectively agree in faith and echo the words of 2 Chronicles 7:14, which says, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land." Be our shepherd and lead us in the path of peace. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, Doctor, for being here today.
Thank you.
Members of the court, we have several announcements as it relates to the agenda this morning. The first, as it relates to the agenda, be on item number 4 under the county administrator section. This is a notice of a public hearing. We're going to ask that we hold that particular item. We'll cover it next week. Also, members of the court, we're going to take things out of order this morning. We have a large number of briefing items. Some of those are relevant to some of the actions that you're going to be taking, and so we're going to move some of those up. In fact, we're going to move all of briefing up this morning. They will be somewhat out of order, though. We're going to take the hospital district's presentation first. Then we're going to go to item D, which is the HB 766 and Senate Bill 6. Then we'll move to the facilities update, and then finally we'll bring Mr. Chinasia in to start the process of talking of the coronavirus issue. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court members, you have before you the minutes of our regular meeting of January the 4th.
Move for approval.
Second. We have a motion, a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. We have one proclamation today, and that is on, to basically recognize National Human Traffic Awareness Month. Commissioner Brooks and myself are kind of sponsoring that. Would you like for me to read that into the record?
Please, sir.
Whereas human trafficking is the recruitment, harboring, transportation, or obtaining of a person through the use of force, fraud, or coercion for the purpose of forced labor or sexual servitude, and whereas human trafficking can happen to people of all ages, genders, race, or religious background, and is a civil and human rights violation, and whereas human trafficking is a 150 billion a year global criminal enterprise, and Texas is second only to California in the number of human trafficking cases reported, and whereas a study conducted by the Institute of Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault at the University of Texas at Austin School of Social Work estimated that there are more than 300,000 victims of human trafficking in Texas, including 79,000 minor and youth victims of sex trafficking and nearly 234,000 adult victims of labor trafficking. And whereas human traffickers take advantage of crises like the pandemic and natural disasters by exploiting those who are harmed and economically insecure, and whereas more community education and action are crucial to the eradicating human trafficking in our communities, state, and nation, and whereas the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office of Human Trafficking Unit, Criminal District Attorney's Office, local law enforcement, and nonprofits such as the Unbound North Texas have strong efforts in place to combat human trafficking that lead to the prosecution of human traffickers. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize the month of January 2022 as National Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Tarrant County. Be it further resolved that we encourage citizens to learn the key indicators of human trafficking to help organize potential victims and alert law enforcement. In witness whereof, we have here to set our hands and cause the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 11th day of January 2022. I'll move its approval.
Second?
And I'll second, with a comment.
Okay, we got a lot of people that are here. I know we've got folks from the sheriff, from the DA, and from Unbound. Y'all come on down at this time.
While they're coming, just let me say that the statistics regarding human trafficking in America are intolerable. The fact that Texas is number 2 is intolerable. We are fortunate that we live in Tarrant County, where our governmental entities, our criminal district attorney's office, our sheriff's office, work well with our nonprofit community, with Unbound, with Safe Haven, and with others to make sure that there is focus on human trafficking. If you shine a light on something, then it's difficult to hide it. And we shine a bright light on human trafficking in Tarrant County. And I thank all of you who are here this morning for being a part of that bright light.
Yeah, and I would just echo that. We are all wearing blue, and in part to demonstrate our agreement and work that are done by all of these agencies. I will tell you that I can remember at least 1 decade and maybe 2 decades ago, NACO really began to point to the human trafficking problems that we were having. I think for the longest time people wanted to ignore it and not believe that it could be happening in our country, in our state, in our community. But again, as Commissioner Brooks indicated, I want to thank each one of y'all for the efforts that you make in making sure that we're doing whatever we can to expose and to capture those folks who are exploiting
vulnerable individuals. So I got plaques, and I'm assuming that I've got one for the sheriff's office, for the DA's office, and for Unbound. So it may be, looking at the people, it may be easier for them to come up here and us all get into the picture, as opposed to y'all, us coming down there. So y'all all come up here.
Sure.
Sir?
Here, Your Honor.
Come on over here.
No, thank you.
Y'all keep coming.
Whoa.
Okay, it looks like it's gonna be Christmas time, so stand here and smile for a while. There's the three. Everybody, okay.
We're always pleased to have Stephanie Bird with us from Unbound, but we're very pleased this morning to have her husband, former councilman Bird, with us this
All right,
morning.
welcome.
Mr. Bryant.
All right, has everybody got all the pictures they want? All right, thank y'all.
All right, comment.
I know y'all got some other presentations you're heading for, so again, thank y'all for all your hard work. Okay, any other announcements that y'all may have today?
Yes. Oh,
We didn't get a vote? Well, I guess we ought to vote. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. That's what we got y'all there for, keep us straight. Commissioner Allen, I believe you were about to make an announcement.
yes, I was. Thank you, Judge. Good morning, everyone. I am honored year after year to have a great partnership with Arlington ISD and the Richard Green Scholars Program. You will recall in previous years that the scholars have visited with us in court. They visit with my office multiple times over the course of their program year. And so today we have this year's Richard Green Scholars. There are 6 of them, 4 of which were able to make it today. This year, I'm very proud to say, really, I guess it's not my pride, it's theirs because they're doing all the work, but it is an all young woman class. So I want to first start off by recognizing Miss Alice Monroe. She is over the program. She also is the chef at Arlington ISD's Dan Diaper Career Tech Center. She's awesome. Get to know her, visit the Career Tech Center. You can cater from it. You can get lunch there. And then I want to recognize the students who have joined us today. We'll start with Mackenzie Carlin from Arlington High School. Next is Kaylee Collier from Martin High School. Renee Antwi from Sam High School, Sam Houston, and Tiana Campbell from Seguin High School. And then not present with us today, but I definitely want to say their names, are Justice Austin from Bowie, and then Amani Mogaka from Lamar. These women are so impressive. I can't get into all of their accomplishments because we literally would be here all day, but please join me in welcoming them to their Tarrant County Commissioners Court. And I told them that I would embarrass them by making them stand up, so, but thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, with that, we will Move on to the consent agenda with the removal of the one item that Mr. Manius mentioned earlier.
Move approval.
Second, I just want to make sure I heard that right. That was that public hearing for the,
That was called for the public hearing on February 22nd.
Okay.
The reason that we're delaying it is we need to make sure we have a quorum in the court. If not, we'll have to just simply move it another week.
very good, okay, thank you.
We had a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the court, we can now go to the briefing section. And our first presentation is going to be by JPS Health Network. Dr. Karen Duncan, the new CEO of JPS, is here to present issues dealing with the bond package and other district activities.
Well, thank
Good
you.
morning.
Good morning.
Dr.
Judge Whitley
Duncan.
and members of the Commissioner Court, thank you. I first of all like to thank you, members of the court, and start with thanking GK, who has, Mr. Manius, who has provided a great partnership, guidance and support to me in the short period of time that I've been here. His input to the monthly Board Executive Bond Steering Committee has been invaluable. He has taken a lot of what he hears from you and bringing it to that Executive Steering Committee, and then the input that he has and the time that he has provided to the JPS team as we work together to provide timely and meaningful update to the Commissioners Court. I would also like to thank you, members of the Commissioners Court, with the exception of the telephone call that I had with Commissioner Johnson. I've had opportunity to meet with each of you personally and have really enjoyed that time. I've had opportunity to hear and to understand what your visions are, and to hear about the great things that you're doing within your precincts and within your communities. And with many of you, I've had conversations about how we can continue to work together to provide the healthcare needs of Tarrant County. So thank you for taking the time. I know that you have very busy schedules, but that really was very valuable to me. I want to caution you about meeting with Commissioner Allen. I had opportunity to meet with her yesterday, and before I left, she actually had given me a long to-do list. I thought I was really good at tasking others, but she is really, really good. But I'm looking forward to really partnering her with a lot of the work that's going on in her area. So thanks to all of you. We do have the slides here. Before we get started with the bond program update, I would like to update you on the status of the hospital as we navigate through this recent COVID surge. We currently have close to 200 COVID positive patients in the hospital, and we have an additional 200 patients that our case management team is overseeing in our COVID home monitoring program. That's been a great program in allowing many of the patients that don't meet the criteria for admission to be monitored daily in their homes. So, that is a lot of great work that's going on. We continue to hold daily COVID command center calls in the hospital to address the increasing number of COVID positive patients that present to JPS, and to evaluate the daily operations, the resources, and care spaces and staffing. And as you have heard, across the nation, the Omicron strain is highly transmissible. So much like the workforce that we see across Tarrant County and across the nation, we are seeing a lot of our staff turn COVID positive. So we are working through those challenges and continuing to staff and provide great care.
Dr. Duncan, may I ask you, of the 200 and some odd patients, COVID positive patients you have in the hospital, how many of those are in your ICU or are on ventilators?
So this surge looks different than the Delta surge, that we do not see as many patients progressing to need ICU care.
Good.
So we have fewer patients that are in our ICU, and we're able to discharge them a little quicker than we saw with the Delta.
Good.
Do you know how many of them were vaccinated or unvaccinated?
Yeah, so as we analyze and look at that, the majority, about half of the patients that we admit are actually being admitted for other things besides COVID. So they come in with chest pain, they come in with complications of their diabetes, and then as we test them before we put them in the inpatient units, they are testing COVID positive. If you look at those patients who are admitted with a primary diagnosis of COVID, what we see is an overwhelmingly number of those who are unvaccinated.
Okay.
So we continue to see that.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink.
That is true. We continue to educate our staff, and we have increasing percentage of staff who are meeting full vaccination status. So that's been very positive for us. So with that, I would like to commend the JPS team members who have been very flexible and adaptable during these COVID surges, and at the same time really continue to maintain the operations and the great care at JPS. That's a lot of work that is going on. Teams are tired, and yet they are truly committed to caring for others. So I want to commend those teams.
We had something come up right before we came into court, and so I have not had a chance to say anything to you, and so if you don't know the answers to this question, I would understand that. But do y'all do the monoclonal treatment at JPS?
So we do. We have been running infusion monoclonal treatments out of our urgent care area. As you know, there are new monoclonals for the Omicron strain, and we do assume that what we are seeing is the Omicron strain.
And you get that allocation from the state?
We get that allocation from the state. We have yet to receive allocation. I understand that they were starting to release that this week, and we're hoping to find out no later than tomorrow whether we will be part of that allocation.
And so once you get it, does a physician, what happens, or how does that get from your place to the patient?
So we look at, first of all, what we do is establish criteria for those patients who would benefit from monoclonal treatment. And then based upon the number of doses we have, we begin to schedule those patients to start their infusions in our urgent care area.
And is that your physician group that ends up doing that? Because they would first come in and say, I guess I test positive. Kind of walk me through.
So there's different ways in which patients can present for monoclonal treatment. It could be through our ED, it can be through our outpatient sites. And if they meet that criteria, then we do schedule them in our urgent care to receive that monoclonal. There are advanced practitioners that work in our urgent care area and physicians that would do the ordering. The nurses would see the oversight of that infusion.
So the doctors would be the one that would evaluate the patient and determine whether or not they feel like the monoclonal treatment is the appropriate treatment for that particular individual.
That is correct.
And then if they do, then they send them over to the hospital to receive the treatment.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Now to the bond update, and I guess I will
Yeah, we kind of,
turn to the side here, and I hope that you have this presentation in front of you. There's been a lot of collaborative work going on across the network and across the community with the bond program. One of the last bond program updates, Derek from Broadus shared with you, the draft of the campus facility plan, and it walks you through kind of the pre-work, the enablers, the infrastructure work that will need to be completed before we start building the new hospital and new care spaces. A lot of this work will be in relocating parking, both temporary and permanent parking, building our central plant and other infrastructure projects that will be needed to go on. But we, after looking at this facility plan and experiencing increasing demands both in our behavioral health areas and with our primary care areas, began looking and evaluating where there may be opportunity to begin building now care spaces on the main campus or out in the community while the infrastructure work was going on. And so what I wanted to share with you today is two opportunities, two locations, one on the main campus and one out in the community, where we see that we can begin to start construction this year in anticipation of completing the infrastructure work. So the first here, here I know that it's small, but the circle there is a location on. Okay. Do I need to start over? No. Okay.
Good answer, GK.
He said no. Okay. Here on this slide here, you see a layout of the main campus and where we were able to identify a location to begin building a new psychiatric emergency clinic. We have literally outgrown our current psych emergency clinic space. And just to remind you, our current space is located in the old hospital on the 10th floor, so the visibility and the access is challenging for our patients who are seeking behavioral health services. Construction of a new PEC will not only provide additional care spaces and services to the community, but it will also enhance visibility and create easier access for the community that is accessing behavioral health services and care. Meadows, we've been working with Meadows, a reputable consulting firm, to evaluate our current PEC space and services, to look at future expected growth and demand as it pertains to behavioral health services. And they have provided us recommendations for the new site. And included in the new site will be additional adult and adolescent services and new detox and substance abuse services. So we are really looking forward not only to new space, but really new services for our community.
And the white building just above the circle, that is Trinity Springs right now.
That is Trinity Springs right now.
That's where the psychiatric folks are housed currently.
That's correct.
Not the emergency room, but.
That's
So
right.
this will be much more efficient from a standpoint that instead of having to move them up to the 10th floor and then move them around, you'll be putting them right
They'll be
next
able to
door.
come directly into that site and really see that as really, really more humane services, for not having to move through an already existing patient care area. So our behavioral team is actually out there right now with shovels and bricks trying to build in that space. So they are very anxious to get out of our current space and get into new space.
Dr. Duncan, before you move on from this, for Meadows' recommendation for services for adolescents, what are they projecting? Like, how many should we be trying to serve, I guess, in beds or chairs or?
Yeah, and I do have that information, Commissioner Allen. The last look and analysis that we had of that area is that there would be over 100 care spaces, with about 82 of that being adult beds or care spaces and 16 being adolescent beds. And that's looking at what we currently see in our psych emergency clinic. Okay. And then we would have 10 detox beds.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And I can get you that data and analysis, anything that you
Okay.
need. I know how important that is to you.
Thank you.
I'm going to move on to the next slide. Since the last Commissioner Court update, the JPS and the consulting teams continue to work on finalizing the ambulatory plan for the location of additional medical homes. The HMA report and the Blue Ribbon Committee report have been virtually dusted off, updated, and further analyzed to determine where we continue to have high healthcare needs in Tarrant County. We do not at this time have here for you to review all the work and the data behind the analysis, and again, I will be glad to supply that to you. But on a high level, many factors were weighted and analyzed, including the current population size, projected growth within communities, and demand for health care within communities. life expectancy, barriers to health insurance. We looked at socioeconomic needs. We looked at access to transportation. We looked at chronic disease prevalence, and we looked at how many physicians were actually within those communities already. So we did a lot of work and overlay of different zip codes within Tarrant County. And from this analysis, the largest needs that we see are seen in precincts 1, 2, and 4. And just to remind the court and those who are listening that our last medical home was built in precinct 3, which is the Northeast Medical Home.
That's the one on Highway 10?
Is that what we call? Okay.
Yes. Go ahead.
As we evaluated the high-need zip codes and communities where we could start to build a new medical home soon, and within this year, zip code 76133, I think it's often called the Wedgwood community, showed the highest growth and the highest need, and we saw it as providing the best opportunity for beginning the build-out of a new medical home. And so as we look here at the precincts, that is in precinct 1, that we are proposing and planning to do additional work and begin to build. A little bit about this community and zip code. It does have a high percentage of 65 and older population. And compared to other JPS service areas and even within the county and the state of Texas, it has a much lower life expectancy and a lower average household income. So those are some of the things that we saw within this community. We continue to evaluate, healthcare services that will be included in this medical home, and will return at a later date to update you as to what those services will be within that medical home. We do anticipate that we will have a robust primary and preventative care program with specialty care, with ancillary services including lab, x-ray, and pharmacy, and then some wraparound services to address some of the socioeconomic needs that we see within that community. Any questions on the medical home?
Just a comment. Y'all have picked a location in precinct 1, and this is the first I'm hearing about it. I should not have had to hear about this the first time in Commissioner's Court meeting.
So let me try to answer that. It's my understanding that we have not totally picked a site.
We have not picked a site at all,
What
Commissioner Brooke.
What we want to do is bring those sites into closed session for you all to look at first, because we have not, the hospital district has not made any type of acquisition on that.
It's not about picking a site, it's about picking a target location and a population. And I would have liked to have had some input into that process. Go ahead.
Commissioner Brooks, I will note that, and moving forward, we'll ensure that any precinct that we're working in, that you as commissioners will receive that information before coming before the court.
But before you move on from that, Dr. Duncan, will you just share, obviously you talked about that there are high needs areas throughout the county in 1, 2, and 4. So while things are moving forward with this first neighborhood medical home, will you talk through a little bit more simultaneously what will be happening with the other high need areas?
So our plan initially was really to look at all 4 medical homes together as part of a plan, but we did want to seize on opportunity to pull one of those zip codes out and begin the medical home sooner than later. What we are doing is putting that back into the full ambulatory plan, looking at all 4 high zip code need areas. further analyzing, again, doing work on location, kind of what the needs are, and then beginning to put that full ambulatory plan down into the campus facility plan to create, which will allow us to create a timeline of what will be done in year 1, year 2, year 3, and 4, including what's done on the main campus and what's done out in the community. And so we're finalizing that, and over the next month or two, we should be able to bring to you that full timeline that includes the full master facility plan.
Very good.
Dr. Duncan, let me just apologize to you. It was not my intention to take you to task before this court. My problem is not with you or your leadership. My problem is with the process. I have been asking since we passed this bond, Judge, that we have members of the Commissioners Court sitting on this planning steering committee, and we have not yet gotten to the point where that exists. Let's appoint 2 members of this court to sit on that body so that we can have direct input into these processes before they become carved in stone.
And I agree. I mean, earlier, we had Commissioner Brooks and I, along with GK, I believe Trent Petty, I believe maybe Steve Montgomery, and Robert would come together and would talk about where things were. We've not had any meeting for some period of time, and so I do think that that's something that we might want to begin again as we move through the process. You know, I think, and I guess one of the questions, go ahead if you have other.
This bond steering committee seems to be where the discussions and the impetus to move forward takes place. We need to be in that room, on that committee.
Don't disagree.
So would you appoint?
Well, you and I were there, and I don't understand why you and I would, I mean, I think that was a continuation. That was understood that was the way that was gonna move forward.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea that the court members sit on that committee also. I think what happened is that initial committee had evolved, and I think Robert talked with the court about it, that this was more of a working committee. But one of the things that in the last 2 meetings that we've had, and we voiced our real concern about how do we get this information up to the court, because it's a matter of channeling the information through a process where the board gets that information, and also the court needs to have that information, and that's why we're doing these. But obviously, those meetings are good meetings for court members to attend.
Well, and I think we have said all along this process that the court is gonna be more involved than what we have been, because we've not done one of these. I mean, it was a number of years since that happened. We're talking about when we did it 3 years ago, we were talking about 1.2 billion. We knew that we had raised 800. We also knew that at that time, we were going to need to inject about 400 million of our own, of JPS's own cash into that project. I've talked many times, I know y'all have a future fund. I believe that you need to take a great deal more of your cash reserves and put into that future fund. I've expressed that from here, and I've expressed that to a couple of board members. So I would still like to see that happen. It doesn't mean that at some point you can't move it back if there was a good reason to move it back. But I also would venture to guess that by now the 1.2 has become a little bit higher than 1.2. And so we need to move on to that, but we're going to be more involved, and just like I don't like something being brought to us and expect us to approve it without having had an opportunity to be a part of it, I would echo that even more so with some of the things that you're gonna be looking at. and hopefully the coming months from that perspective. So we do need to reconstitute, if not, basically begin again with those meetings to discuss some of this stuff and give us an opportunity to bring it back to the court and let them know that. I mean, this would have been a presentation that I think would have come first to that group and then come into this body to do more than just receive as a briefing item. Do you have any other questions at this
Yeah,
time?
if I show up at the next bond steering committee meeting, can I participate as a member of that committee? Are you appointing us to that committee?
We were, and I will.
All right then.
So then if I show up to
Then we
one
got
of
a
the,
quorum.
so, let me finish my point. But if I show up, and even if I'm not participating as a bond steering committee meeting, I'm observing, that should not be an issue. It would still be a quorum, but it should not be an issue, right?
Well, it's not an issue, but we'll have to bring the clerks along, and it'll be an open meeting. I
Well-
mean, that's just,
So, I mean, the alternative is to actually take some time to develop a thoughtful process for how information is going to be, shared. And so if we're talking about you and Roy being the appointees, then that's still two of you all, which y'all's job can't be to communicate with us, because then that creates an issue. So we still need to talk through how the information will be relayed to all of the court, and certainly when it's appropriate to do so in advance of a court meeting.
So if you will allow the GK and myself, along with the board, to work through that and to come back to you with a proposal, we would be willing to do that, so that we are meeting your expectations and what you're asking.
That sounds reasonable to me.
That's fine.
yep.
I'll just add as a point before we move on from this medical home conversation is, we have needs all over the county. I know Precinct 2 constituents will be disappointed that this next neighborhood medical home is not in Precinct 2. However, I've made it clear from the very beginning of this process is that I want to make sure when we're discussing what happens in Precinct 2 that the community has more than ample opportunity to provide their feedback, which is why we started our quarterly update meetings. The next one is on February 9th of 2022. But so I know that there were a lot of factors that went into determining this location and the others. I will want to get really in the weeds and all of that. So one, that I understand, and that I can also communicate that to Precinct 2 stakeholders who have, I know there are others, but they have definitely been waiting with bated breath to hear what's gonna happen with JPS expanding in Precinct 2.
And I would just add, I certainly hear that in those situations, we need, and that's what this processor will end up ferreting out. But you're exactly right. From your standpoint, you need to be able to be at all the meetings where they're discussing that have anything to do with it being in Precinct 2. So whether I would not be at that meeting or I mean, I don't want to do anything to slow this down anymore, period.
Right.
We need to move forward. And from a liaison position, if we were talking about generalities on this bond issue, that might be where Roy and I would be a part of that, and then it will be our responsibility at the next meeting to bring back and to communicate with y'all. When it pertains to something being discussed by a planning committee or a bond committee that is going to discuss locations in the precincts or things along that lines, then the commissioner in that particular area needs to be apprised of that and invited to that. And then we need to make whatever conditions we need to make in order for it not to be a public meeting and not to have to do that from that perspective. I mean, you and GK, I do agree that that's the way to do that, but we're wanting to be involved. We're not wanting to slow it down. And so just anytime there's gonna be a planning meeting that deals with these bonds, the court needs to understand that that's occurring, and then we will try to make, an effort to have one, both, or a member of the court present at that point in time. Now, I guess the one other thing that I wanna be sure, we've talked about two things here today. We've talked about the emergency area, and we've talked about one of the medical homes. I'm gonna sound like a broken record until somebody convinces me why it's not possible, but I'm not interested in 4 architects and 4 contractors, or at least 4 professional fees under the architects. I would very much like to take a plan for the medical home and duplicate that. Now, I realize there may be certain changes within based upon the population we're serving. And I understand that sites are different and may require different layouts or turns or spins or whatever. But I would like to be convinced, because I keep thinking everybody says, well, yeah, he's just talking up there, don't pay attention to him. We're gonna pay 4 times the architect fees for a building that should look similar. The other thing is that I'm assuming that what happens in this situation with these two is Broadus will help in the preparation of the RFQs that will go out. They will help with the evaluation of what comes in, and then eventually, like we do in most of our bond things, they will come to y'all, and maybe you'll refer a couple of them to us, or we're gonna get a presentation that says, here are the architects, or here are the contractors that we're considering for this particular RFQ. And so, again, somebody's gonna really need to convince me, or convince, I guess, 3 of us that, or maybe just 3 that I'm crazy, and there's probably a pretty quick, easy solution to that, but that we should be looking for more than one contractor for the medical homes. And that is the way it's gonna work. Broadus is doing that part of it, and will kind of be our owner's rep with whoever ultimately is picked to be the contractor and the architect on each particular project as we go through this.
Yes, there is a large number of expertise at the table as we develop our RFPs and RFQs, including case strategies that helps us keep our pulse on ensuring that we are opening up opportunity to a diverse group of vendors across Tarrant County and outside of Tarrant County. We have our own team that sits at the table, again, in helping to pull together those RFQs and RFPs and make sure that we have the best RFP and RFQ. And then Broadus continues to oversee and program managing the scoring and the selection process. And GK and I have had conversation as to what information we'll need and when we'll need to present that information to the Commissioners Court as it pertains to the awarding of those contracts.
I would not be happy if it was just a matter that you came and said, here, we've chosen these contractors, and we want you to approve the awarding of this contract.
Okay.
And just to make sure the court understands that our conversations have been, how can we get this information to the court in a more timely manner for you all to have input and decision making?
And which of those contracts, because there will be a huge number of contracts that will be issued, and a lot of work going on in awarding those contracts. So getting an understanding from you as to which ones are priority for you to be able to look at prior to approving those here in Commissioners Court. So we are working through all of that.
GK, are the contracts themselves, I had envisioned, and everybody can speak for themselves as I know they will, I had envisioned that we would be a part of the process of, that we would ultimately select the contractor, select the architect on a particular project. And that once that occurred, that the hospital would take, with the assistance of Broadus, would take over the overall management, operation, and contracting of the various subs and all of that. And it would be under the JPS's purchasing, and it would not involve our purchasing area, but it would be,
It doesn't involve our purchasing. We have a Commissioner's Court order and a policy that says that any project, and from the very beginning to the end, and all the components of that, if the project has a value of $250,000 or more, that those contracts have to come before the Commissioner's Court for approval. Now, let me just say that one of the reasons that we wanted to have this meeting this morning was to have this type of discussion, because as Dr. Duncan said, there are a lot of contracts, and they're small contracts. And we're trying to figure out which contracts does the Commissioner's Court want to be involved in choosing or having input into who the contractor is with. Because you may be looking at some small plumbing contracts or some very small dollar amounts which fit within that 250,000 plus project. And so that's one reason why we wanted to come to the court this morning, to get your feedback on that, because it is somewhat, the issue is that it goes to the board, but we don't want, the question is, if it goes to the board, it's pretty much complete already. And we're trying to figure out how much input you all want to have, how much knowledge you want to have of the process as it moves to there that finally shows up here. Does that make sense?
yeah, when initially we put the 250 in place, I thought, or I seem to remember, that it was an effort to, if they're gonna do a contractor that, and it's gonna be that big of a contractor, that at least we're aware of it. In my mind, with regards to these projects, you have identified projects, the emergency room, the medical homes, those types of things. And some of those are design build, as I believe you're looking at right here. And so once we have approved a contractor and a contract, then I do not see that contractor, or for that matter, anybody else, having to come back to us and having apologize, our system had to be rebooted, and we didn't want anybody that doesn't have a life and is watching us on TV to miss anything. Karen, come on back up. Sorry about that.
So thank you for that great conversation. It was a conversation that we really needed to have, and it allows us to better refine the process and the work as we communicate that to you. I'm going to just quickly, before I turn it over to our Chief Legal Counsel, who oversees our contract office and our contract process, to be able to answer some of the questions that we heard prior to the break here, is to share with you two RFPs that have been issued and now have been closed. And so our next steps will be in sitting down with key stakeholders to begin scoring and begin selecting and bringing those selections based upon where we insert the Commissioner's Court, but bringing those selections to you for review. What I wanted to call light to is the number of proposals that we had, and a lot of this is due to the community outreach by K Strategies to our vendors in the community. There's been a lot of community outreach events and education. The pre-proposal meetings that we have, in which we set expectations and really having very diverse prime and subcontract groups. And I think it is paying off, and I wanted to share that with you. With our medical home, we have 11 companies who submitted proposals for the medical home one. 4 of those companies have 100% MWVBE commitment at the prime level. So that is huge. And 4 of the 11 prime companies are actually based in Tarrant County. So we are also doing our due diligence to make sure we are looking for local companies. For the parking garage, there were 7 companies that submitted proposals. There was 1 company that had 50% MWVBE commitment at the prime level, had much larger commitment, MWVBE commitment at the subcontract level, and 3 of the 7 companies, prime companies, are based here in Tarrant County. So I wanted to share that with you. And then some upcoming RFQs, a lot of this is around the parking and the infrastructure work and qualifications that we will need to begin and continue the work. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Daphne Walker, our Chief Legal Counsel, and she will go through kind of how the vendor begins to be informed about the work that's going on, how they begin to register and become a part of the proposals, and to be able to answer any questions you may have around the process. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Duncan.
Karen.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Dr. Duncan may have oversold on me answering all the questions that you asked, but I will definitely preemptively say that our program manager is involved in all of the process that I'm about to kind of go over, but we thought that it would be helpful for the court to kind of see how vendors can access the information. As you just heard from Dr. Duncan, JPS is excited to continue gaining momentum with our bond program, which means lots of opportunities for vendors to work on various projects. And as we continue to release RFPs and RFQs, which, as I mentioned, the program manager is involved in designing those, as they unfold kind of what the priorities look like and decide which projects should go next, they're involved in developing those for the services. And to address one of your questions, Judge, they do consider, which things we can lump together, where we need multiple vendors or where we need to stick with one vendor for a particular type of service. That is part of the work that they do, as they review those and as they discuss that with the Executive Steering Committee to make some of those decisions of how that should unfold. But we did want to take the opportunity to provide the court with an update on how they can access information on how to do business with JPS and locate the most up-to-date information regarding bond projects. We created a document for our board members and and executives as a resource to assist them with answering questions from community members on how to do business with JPS relative to the upcoming bond projects. And I know that Mr. Manius thought that this information would be helpful to share with the court, and so I will be leaving with him a copy of that document for you all so that you can also have that information. Like the county, JPS is committed to diversity and inclusion, and I know that that has been something that you all have brought up a number of times as to how we're ensuring that. So any vendor interested in doing business with JPS should expect to interact with our diversity and inclusion team, and we encourage parties to reach out to that team first when they have questions about the process. We're approaching participation in the bond projects like we would with the other competitive solicitation awards for JPS. So but here we're working closely with the program manager and K Strategies to ensure that we have additional resources available for those organizations who might not be as familiar with the process or where to find that information. We do try to remind interested parties that they can put us in a tough position when they start reaching out to members of the executive team, staff, or the board directly to discuss contracting opportunities, and so that we ensure fairness and not give the appearance of favoritism. We try to give them lots of information about the process and where they can access additional resources. So with that, I think we've already advanced the slide. We're going to continue to refresh our web pages and outreach materials. We have some screenshots in your materials today just to kind of show you where some of that information is located on the JPS systems. First, any vendor can go directly to our Yes to JPS webpage and click on the link at the top of the page that says Vendors. Clicking on that button will take you directly to the JPS Vendor Opportunities page, which is showing here. A button that links the JPS Vendors portal page can be found there. And the vendor portal is where all of the information that a vendor needs for understanding how to participate in our solicitations can be found. So this is what that vendor portal page looks like. We've already had some good suggestions from our executive steering committee about how to make things more prominent on this page. So there will be some slight shifts in where the information is located there. But another thing that you can see from this vendor opportunities page is the bond program information page that lists all of the open solicitations. A screenshot of that page is also in your package. It's got a listing of the current solicitations, and it's also got some information about some of the upcoming solicitations. Anyone can access the Yes to JPS page through a simple Google search or by simply entering www.yestojps.org. And just so that we have another opportunity for vendors to be able to reach this page, you can also reach it through JPS's main webpage, which is www.jpshealthnet.org, and clicking the Vendors tab on the blue ribbon from that page, and it'll land you right back to that vendor opportunity page. Once they reach that vendor portal page, there are buttons for vendor registration, upcoming events, system training, etc. But we really encourage vendors to start with the key steps to doing business with JPS button, because that contains the outline of the various steps that vendors need to follow to make sure that they don't miss out on opportunities to compete for JPS business. Those key steps include vendor registration and monitoring our website for upcoming and open solicitations. And while we can't personally take ownership of notifying every vendor who is potentially interested in contracting with us about upcoming opportunities, registering in that database with the correct information allows our systems to make those notifications. And likewise, vendors can go back and directly check for open solicitations to help make sure that they get every opportunity to participate. Also included in those key steps is the email address for our diversity and inclusion offices. And we welcome questions and will provide as much assistance to anyone interested in doing business with JPS as we can. And again, just as a reminder, we rely heavily on the program manager and K Strategies to help us refine those outreach opportunities and to continue to update our information so that we can get the widest participation possible. And that concludes my portion of the presentation. And any questions, I will leave these with you, GK.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure,
Thank
Daphne,
you.
I do have one question. I know
Sure.
that, I guess the last vendor outreach meeting was in October. When is the next one planned or slated?
Sure, and I'll look to Derek to see if we have that date. I don't know that off the top of my head, but we will get that information and get it back to you.
Okay. And then also, I did just want to compliment you all on the efforts to keep vendors informed. I was receiving a lot of complaints, and then I haven't received any of late. That may actually welcome some
That's good to hear.
some complaints just by me mentioning that, but it seems like things so far are going well, and I definitely hope and expect for that to continue. So
Oh, well, good.
thank
I'm
you
glad
all
to
for
hear
your
that.
work on that. Yeah.
And I look forward to working with Dr. Duncan and GK to make sure that we're getting the communication that the court is asking for.
We thought it was important that you all see their website because it's a really good website.
It is.
It provides a lot of information. It's very easy to navigate. And so we'll make sure we get the word out also. Okay.
Thank you.
On the two RFQs, I believe that you said are out right now, and you indicated I think on one you'd gotten 11 proposals back, and on the other one you had gotten 7. What, in your mind right now, is the specific process that you see to getting and to selecting one of those proposals in each of those 2 buildings?
So the first thing, and hopefully I'm not misspeaking, but our program manager and our internal experts will look through those responses. They don't make the decisions about the award. They just kind of look through those, try to prioritize, and then with the scoring, get those recommendations back. Typically, that would then go to our planning committee to kind of understand who those recommended who the recommended awardee is. But based on the comments here today, I'm sure that the plan would be that we're gonna have that discussion once those responses are combed through with the appointed members of the court who want to be involved in that discussion as well.
Okay, so as we're moving through the process, and I'm sorry, but maybe I missed. So we've got 11. The planning committee, there's gonna be an evaluation by Broadus of each one of the proposals. It's then gonna go to this planning committee, which is where I thought we were a part of in the past. But it's gonna go to a planning committee, and then from the planning committee, it goes back to the board. What does the planning committee do?
So there's the planning committee that I was referring to just then is the planning committee of the board. The executive steering committee, which is the bond planning committee that I think that Judge you have been referring to, they're plugged into that so that they can weigh in and vet those potential awardees as well. And then once that committee makes its recommendation, that goes to the planning committee to further the board, JPS board planning committee, to further weigh in and to approve of the award that is, the recommendation that is made
Recommendation by whom?
from the executive steering committee, the one that you
So
all
what you're
want to
saying
participate
is
in.
we've got 11 on this first building, and that the board is not going to have input until such time as the executive planning committee has recommended a contractor and an architect to them.
We're missing the step at the planning committee.
But they have representatives on that executive steering.
Well, they have
committee as well.
representatives, but again,
Correct.
what I'm saying is that the board at no time, under the outline that you've just made, will have an opportunity to hear presentations by any of the 11 folks except for whom the planning committee or the executive planning committee has chosen to recommend to the full board.
that is what has been discussed with our board, and they were comfortable with that.
And none of that
process.
gives this board, this court, the ability to hear any presentations from anybody. We're just going to get a recommendation by the board based upon a recommendation from the Executive Planning Committee.
Well, I think that that is part of what we have to iron out with Mr. Manius, because I understand that you all would like to be more involved in that process. So that, but currently that is how it's designed,
And
correct?
so I just want to
I want
understand.
us sitting on that executive planning committee.
Well, I guess that's why I want to make sure this court understands, because the process that I thought we were talking about much earlier is that we would eventually hear presentations of at least, you know, the recommendations from the board would come to us, and we would ultimately hear a couple of presentations, and then ultimately, and maybe even have a recommendation from the board, but we would ultimately award the contract and go forward. Now, so I think this is where Mr. Manius is saying, either agree with this or disagree, but you need to, you know, speak up now as opposed to waiting and us getting the first one and then going from there. So I've said my say.
Yeah, I'm not ready to agree or disagree. I need more information. So,
Well, I don't have a real issue with Broadus. They're the experts that we hired and are paying, I think, a pretty fair amount of money to help us with this. I think it is important that if not two of you, at least somebody representing this commissioners court be in attendance at those executive planning meetings where they're making those decisions. I would prefer that maybe the board pick the top 2 or 3 contractors, architects, and then that come to the court. That's kind of what we've done on major projects. I'm not sure that's necessary on every single bid that goes out, but at least some of the larger ones, I would think, you know, anything that's certainly, you know, above 25 million or pushing 50, you know, I'm assuming those 4, the 3 buildings, the 3 medical homes that we're going to build, or 4, or however many, that's gonna be a substantial contract. If it's led as one contract versus led as 4 contracts. The psychiatric facility obviously is probably, you know, one of the biggest pieces to the whole thing. But, you know, I'm not sure if you've got a $2 or $3 or $5 million, you know, proposal that goes out for something that we need that level of involvement on it.
Sure.
So, but I think it's important that somebody on this court be in attendance at those meetings, so they can maybe give us a report on what went on, or what direction the court, the board and that committee is headed into. I mean, that would be my thought. I understand, I know the judge is talking about, and it makes a lot of sense, I'm just not sure how practical it is, but having one contractor, one architect, do, you know, 3 identical, 4 identical buildings, just simply because of the, you know, the devil's in the details, and I see that as a real challenge.
Sure.
Okay, no piece of land is identical. No piece of land's the same shape. No piece of land's typically the same size.
And there's no guarantee that the 4 medical homes will be providing the same services.
Exactly. And
That's right.
they're, you know, you have different elevations, different soil conditions. different architectural standards, different construction standards, because not every one of these, not all of these are in the same, probably not in the same city. They're probably in multiple cities. And most cities, you know, fairly uniform, but not always.
Right.
Okay?
And
There's-
the great news is that I have heard all of these considerations play out in those meetings. We have a real communication opportunity here so that, you know, we figure out how to make sure that you're hearing it as well and weighing in, because those are definitely things that program manager is discussing with the team and taking into account as we're continuing the evaluation. So we definitely need to figure out how to make sure that that communication is happening. And I hear a little bit different things, and so those are what, you know, we will discuss with GK in terms of process, because there's a difference between actually participating in the interviews for all of those respondents versus weighing in on the, you know, top one or two before we make the award. And so we definitely want to understand that better.
I think it's important that somebody on this court be at those meetings of that committee. Is that the committee that's, from a board perspective, is headed by Trent Petty?
That is,
Or
yes, but
someone
it's not an open committee. It's not a sanctioned board committee. So the executive planning committee does not make decisions. They make recommendations, and then
To the board.
planning committee of the board is the one who will receive those recommendations and either approve or not approve them, so that they go on to the board.
I don't have any more questions, but I did just want to, by way of recognizing Dr. Duncan now serving as a CEO, is just to welcome you. I know you've all met with us, so perhaps it feels like a little late to do a welcome. I'm not sure if there's any type of formal something planned to welcome you, but if so, I'd love to be a part of it. Dr. Duncan is a pediatrician. She's been with JPS, I guess here I'm reading, since 2017. So we are all familiar with Dr. Duncan, but the community may not be as familiar with her. I appreciate the work that she has brought to the county, and an interesting distinction, one that she and I talked about, that it's unfortunate that we have to celebrate this, but also it's worth recognizing that she is the only female CEO of a hospital system in our entire region. So I just want to welcome you, Dr. Duncan, and everyone else who has been a part of the JPS team. Thank you for all of your work.
Thank you.
Any other comments at this time with regards to the process that we just talked about? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daphne.
Thank you all.
Members of the court, we can now go to the next briefing item, which is item D. This is House Bill 766 and Senate Bill 6 update. Just wanted to let you know that this is going to be a very, very high-level briefing, because the only reason we bring that in now is because you have an item on the agenda today that deals specifically with this piece of legislation. And so we're going to ask Jacob Mitchell, who is a magistrate and a judge, and probably one of the one individual who knows more about this particular piece of legislation than probably anyone else in the state. He has been leading an effort along with the various clerks and with the judiciary, the DA's office, the Criminal Court Administration Office. Mr. Schubert is here on that, and we've been working with them also because there are some issues that have come up that we need to act fairly rapidly on, and so we've asked Jacob to come and give you a high-level briefing.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. As GK stated, my name is Jacob Mitchell, and I'm one of the criminal law magistrates here in Tarrant County. Before that, I was serving as judicial staff counsel for the judges. And so looking at this legislation is something that I've been doing for a little bit. And as GK stated, this past regular session and then the special session, the legislature passed HB 766 in the House and then Senate Bill 6. And both of those pieces of legislation have made procedural changes to how bonds are set in the state of Texas and then what must happen after bonds are set. And so I want to just give you a very high level kind of overview of what has happened here in the county. But before doing so, I want to thank the county clerk. They have taken the lead on really implementing this program, mapping out the whole process and how information will flow throughout the county, starting from the magistrate all the way down to it ending with DPS. And some of that, the staff in that office has worked tirelessly and on weekends and everything to bring people together in a very collaborative effort so that we can get this implemented. And so first, and I'll talk about the bills kind of combined because overall they combine to reach a end result. But after bail is set by a magistrate, that information must then be dispersed. Prior to this, really bail was set, that went to a court file maintained by a clerk, and that's where that information remained. Now there are three big changes that have happened. After bail is set, it must go to the sheriff's office. They have responsibilities now. And if it's related to a violent offense, which is defined in the statute, but if it's a violent offense that has bail conditions, bond conditions on it, the sheriff's office must make a good faith effort to contact the victim or the person protected by those conditions if it is different by the next business day from having received those conditions. Also, if it's a violent offense, the sheriff's office has to enter that information into DPS's database system. And that is the system that if an officer stops someone out on the street or in the community, they run their information. Previously, they would just see criminal history information as far as offenses they've been arrested for and convicted for. Now that same system will reflect these bond conditions that a person is on if they are out in our community. And so that is a new responsibility that the sheriff's office has never had in entering all of that information into DPS. And as I stated, they have until the next business day from receiving it to get all that entered. If it's a nonviolent offense, they have 10 days to get that information entered into the database. And then importantly, not only is it when that bail and those conditions are initially set, but anytime they are changed, modified, removed, they then have to go in and update that information as well. So that the database that everyone is running, if they pull someone over out in the community, is accurate. In addition to the sheriff's office getting that responsibility, the clerk's offices, and it will depend based upon the level of the offense and whether a case is filed or not, but either the district clerk or the county clerk's office will also, for violent offenses, have to send that bond information with those conditions to the victim at their last known address by the next business day from the magistration session. And then if there are conditions that impact a child care facility or a school, they will have to send those as well. And so, as I stated, bond conditions and bail decisions have always been, they reside in a court file, but now the clerk's office will have responsibilities to send those out.
How are
Yes,
they
Judge?
to determine the child care facility or the schools that these kids may be in?
Because it would be that would be in the bond
Now, it would
condition.
say, so it will list within the bond condition the specific child care facility as well as the specific school.
Correct. So if a defendant were ordered by the magistrate to not go within a certain school or to not go within a specific facility, then that would be where they would receive that information to send that to.
And what happens if the parent at some point moves daycares or moves to a different school?
If that information is relayed to the court and then those conditions are changed, we would go through that whole process again. There would be a judicial decision to change them, and that information would have to be reported to the sheriff's office, and by next business day, they would update it in DPS.
So that would be the responsibility of the parent in that situation to notify the magistrate or the court?
Right, whichever form has the proper jurisdiction of that case.
This is a mess.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a challenge. But in addition to the clerk's office having to send copies to these locations, they would also have to give a copy to the state of Texas, which is a good change, so that the state has now current information as to bond conditions, because that's been a challenge in the past. But also, if the defendant resides in a county other than Tarrant County, they have to send a copy of the bond conditions to the sheriff of the county where the defendant resides. And so it's a lot of keeping track of a lot of information that both the clerks and the sheriff previously have not had any statutory responsibility to do. Like I said, they maintain the file. That information may be in the file, but sending notification, updating databases was not a duty that they had. And so those two primary changes for the sheriff's office and for the clerk's office, that went into effect with the new year. The second or the third thing that will come into effect after April 1 is that in this combined legislation, OCA was given the task of developing the public safety reporting system, and they are currently working with vendors to develop that system, but it will do two things. When a person comes in and the judge is going to be setting bail, a public safety report will have to be generated. And right now, the way we're planning to execute that in Tarrant County is someone in court administration will enter a defendant's information into the system, and then we receive a report back. And the statute lays out what information can be in that. And y'all previously heard about our risk assessment that we do here in Tarrant County. This will be something in addition to that risk assessment tool that we will continue to do.
That risk assessment tool is Arnold?
Yes. Yeah. The public safety report system, we have not seen the final product yet, but my understanding from OCA is going to be, it will more or less be a summation of criminal history information. Whereas with our risk assessment system, we do have a matrix that gives some level of risk measurement. And so the state system will not have as much information, and it will probably duplicate some of it, but by law, we will still have to run that report. And then obviously that will go to the magistrate judge, and that will be something that is considered in setting the person's bail. And then within 72 hours of bail having been set, OCA will have created a form that we will then have to fill out, reporting that bail decision, and then submit that within the system back to OCA. And they are going to have further reporting requirements to the legislature as to what type of bail decisions are being made around the state. And so how that's going to look and the efforts that are going to be required in complying with all of those requirements still are to be determined based upon what the system looks like. From that aspect of it, though, I do believe it will likely be a pretty manual process of a form that is distributed, and every time bail decision is made, that form has to be filled out and then submitted in the system.
As far as it being manual, there's a lot of things that are, I know, outside this wall of the criminal justice that goes into that information and the ability to get on that. That's restricted to few people, most of which right now, I guess, are in the sheriff's office. Is there the ability for someone outside of the sheriff's office, if they reach a certain clearance, to be able to access and enter information into that state system?
So let me try to. So we're talking about TLETs, and that's a closed system that that DPS runs, and that is a system that the Sheriff's Department is going to have to enter this. They're currently entering this data in because that started January 1. What we've been discussing to see if we have that in electronic form, if it could feed into TLETs. We don't have great clarity on that because, remember, TLETs is a closed system. And so we're still working on that aspect. Because we have to enter it, and because we have to enter it now, we have to enter that manually into TLETs. And I don't believe TLETs has ever let anyone enter it electronically.
So what I'm at, but
And
I
so-
guess what I'm asking is, does the individual entering that information, must they be a sheriff's department employee? Or can they get clearance from the state, but be an employee of court administration, the clerk, or whatever? Or do they have to be a peace officer in that?
The statute places that entry responsibility in the sheriff's office. It's not something that we pick, here, sheriff, you try to take this part and run with it. That was assigned to them by the statute. As to then the continued, status of the employee actually typing that information in, I do not know.
But it doesn't further delineate what type of staff within the sheriff's department?
No.
Right? Okay.
And that contrasts with the bill because it does, like for running the public safety report, that report that'd be generated that go to the judge, it does say, basically anyone in the county can put the information in that system and run that report. And that the sheriff could do it, but that nobody can make the sheriff's office do that without their consent. Here, we're not even planning that. I mean, court staff, court administration staff's gonna be the one entering that, but the statute specifically addresses how broad that can be as to who enters in that system. It is silent as to my knowledge, as to the entry of that information into DPS's system, except for assigning that duty to the sheriff's office.
So, trying to answer your question, I believe that they need to be that those individuals have to be under the control and supervision of the sheriff's department. Where they reside in the TO within the county may be different. I will give you an example. Let's talk about COVID. The Commissioner's Court authorized the county administrator's office to hire 20 people, and you all did. And they were technical people, and we had those placed in our TO. The auditor's office needed to have 5 of those individuals. They stayed on the county administrator's TO, but they were assigned, they were under the control and supervision of the county auditor. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I understand where we're trying to go on that, and that may be something we want to explore. Mm-hmm. Because as Jacob has said to many groups, this thing is probably going to be modified, because you can tell it's pretty complex, and I don't know the legislature totally thought this thing out. And so we don't want to position people in organizations that we can't remove or send to other locations. So we're trying to work that out.
So it sounds like they're making it very difficult to avoid having to enter the same information twice.
Well, yeah, and Judge, I'll tell you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Well, I guess, so, and a lot of that is bound by state law, because they probably are not going to allow someone entering information into the state system for that to automatically populate into another document outside of the state system. I'm seeing nothing but shaking their heads that they agree with me. So right now, we're going to have to double entry the systems to generate the notices to the victim, to the schools, to the child care facilities. And so it's just a matter of who's gonna be either are we gonna have the same person duplicate that entry, or are we going to let the sheriff's office?
So in reality, there are really 3 different groups involved in the data entry. The SO is going, and those individuals that are under the control and supervision of the SO, they're going to be the ones that enter the data into TLETs. Now, just for the court's reference, speaking with the sheriff's department, and I know they'll be making a presentation when we get to HR, but it takes about 15 to 20 minutes to enter that data on one individual into TLETs. Now, think about that. We magistrate anywhere from 80 to 130, 40 people a day.
How many of those, though, would qualify in this particular deal?
All of them would. It's just a matter
Well,
of
if
timing.
if they're not violent,
If they're not violent, they have 10 days to enter it.
well, we're talking about, aren't we talking about those that have put restrictions on them?
Yes, but most people that are having a bond set is gonna have some type of bond condition on it. And so, it will, in the
So I've done
violent.
a misdemeanor, and it's not something that deals with violence on a, on that, so there's not a restraining order. I'm just simply let out and told to show back up for the deal. What kind of, bond conditions? I guess you have to know what I did.
So if
Right.
you're arrested for a DWI, they're probably gonna tell you you can't drink.
Okay, so, and that's, let's just take that example. So what notices would be required at that point in time?
So that would be a non-violent offense, so there'd be 10 days to get that information in to DPS system. But for a lot of DWIs, one condition will be that there is an interlock installed on a vehicle. Consume no alcohol, provide samples of your breath, blood, or urine if requested. All of that information would then be entered into DPS, so that if that person is subsequently stopped, that officer would have knowledge by those conditions that this is a person that maybe should not even be driving by conditions, or if they are, they're supposed to have an interlock on their vehicle. I've stopped them, they do not. And that would be the use of that information in that
Okay,
scenario.
so that would be something that would be entered into TCLOS. What other notices have to be sent by the clerks on their side?
The clerk would have no notification duties in that unless there was for some reason, some specific thing mentioned as to a facility
A
or
victim,
victim.
a facility.
Right, but more than likely there would not be, so they would just be maintaining that file.
And so in that particular instance, yes, that individual's gonna have to file, this is for anybody who bonds out.
It's for when bond is set, whether you make it or not, we have to report it within those timeframes of it being set. And the House bill, it stopped with just violent offenses, and that's what was passed in the regular session. In the second session is when they passed SB 6, and that threw in these reporting requirements and entering this information into TLAT's requirement for basically all of the offenses.
Okay,
Really
So-
increase the scope.
So, where we are on a process like this, right now, we're talking about a manual entry into either DPS and TLETs, or that document that OCA is going to require that we complete. We met, immediately after our first meeting, we called OCA and talked with them. And they have a contract with a company that is developing the form and will be putting it on their website. We'll be entering the data into there. We asked about electronically submitting that data, and they didn't want to do that yet because their contract did not allow for the linkages between a county to electronically submit. They may do that in the future, and we're encouraging them to do that. We asked that we could partner with them so that they could see how we're doing it and get that data transferred electronically. The clerk's office and working with Jacob and the clerk's office the county clerk's office did a great job. They actually did a flow chart, and we provided that flow chart to OCA because they hadn't even gotten to that part yet. And they need to get theirs up by April 1st.
Yes, that's when their system is supposed to be available.
But the sheriff's department, that's a January 1 date that we're 11 days into already. And so that's why we wanted to bring this to you, because we're going to be asking you all for different resources to support that effort. And one of those resources is on the agenda today for the SO.
Well, so speaking of flow chart, which I get that's for one part of this overall effort, I was gonna ask for you to give me a flow chart because I followed you as you were laying it out, but it is very complicated and with the ifs and whens and things like that. So I do want to make sure that I understand the process. Oh, do I already have that and I didn't know it?
Yes, we can get copies for all the court members. You'll have to ask someone besides me to explain it to you.
Yeah. Well, and then I missed your name in the introduction. What was your name again?
Jacob Mitchell.
Jacob Mitchell. Okay, Jacob Mitchell, you can walk me through it again, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right now or at a different time?
Oh, no, not right now. No, after I'll look at it and I'll have my questions and.
And there's a lot of questions you have to answer along the way to get the information to the right place. And back to kind of where I began, the staff in the county clerk's office that worked with me in helping create this. We went through many drafts and had to keep going back to the drawing board to try to figure out how we could implement here. And I think the final product is something that, while not simple, is the roadmap of how we can accomplish this in Tarrant County.
Thank you.
Greg, you look like you want to speak, or you just need to be standing up. Come on forward. Wait a minute. Wait till you get up here.
Thank you, Jacob.
On behalf of the judges, I want to acknowledge again what Mary Louise's crew did and the resources that you have with Jacob Mitchell for the court. The judges really appreciated it and sorted through it, and we wouldn't have gotten out here with his ability to dissect the law. And I know GK has talked to OCA, but OCA is calling Jacob, so you need to realize that Tarrant County has the resource, and I just wanted you all to be aware of that.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
And by the way, Mr. Shugart and I were working on this at 7 o'clock on Sunday morning.
Good for y'all.
He actually answers his phone at 7 o'clock in the morning. So that's the reason on the briefing is because we let that one agenda item. So I have a question for the court. So we've had 2 significant briefings this morning already. We have another briefing that facilities would do as it relates to the current master plan that I believe that we've sent that document out to you all. Would you prefer that we do that briefing now, or we stand ready to do that, or would you prefer that we bring that back next week?
Bring it back.
Yes, and honestly, I did not even see that I received the briefing information, so I have not reviewed it.
Okay, we'll
Yeah.
make sure that we did send it out, but we will make sure everyone gets it.
Okay, thank you.
If it came in print form, but you've given, did you actually get this delivered to?
Actually, what we did, we electronically sent it to everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you had a copy.
No,
I got a copy.
Oh, I don't have a
We've just printed those copies off, and I was going to
Okay.
give it to the court members also.
Gotcha. Okay. That works for me. Thank you.
Okay, so we're now going to go to Mr. Tanasia and ask him to come forward and to do his presentation.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the court.
Hi, Vinny.
Yes,
Okay,
now look,
we need to get the clock fixed.
that is stuck.
Oh, it's,
Yes.
All right, so I'm back with a quick update on COVID-19. Well, unfortunately, the news is not good. We're sky high with COVID issues. Our positivity rate, the chart on the left I highlighted, is at 39% and some change. Literally 4 in 10 people that we're testing are coming back positive. And as you know, people are getting tested by the thousands, so that's a lot of disease activity happening in the area. The other significant piece I wanted to point out is the cases per 100,000. That's kind of the chart in the middle, right above that spread level, area. We're at a 1,089 per 100,000. That's a pandemic high. That means 1% of population of Tarrant County came down ill with COVID just in that week. So these are weekly rates. That's a significant number. You're talking 24,000 people coming down ill in just a matter of 1 week. So point of all of this is people really need to start paying attention. I know it's easy to ignore the numbers and okay, that's just the numbers, but these are real folks with real illnesses. Some end up in the hospital. As you can see, hospitalizations are going up. And we have all the tools. We know mask wearing works. We know avoiding large crowds works. And we know getting vaccinated and getting our booster doses. All of these things work. One example that I've been giving, and very timely, right? We're in Texas, so the weather was super nice around Christmas, and then suddenly we had a cold snap. Well, did we all decide we're gonna run around in t-shirts and shorts like nothing has changed? No, we put on our jackets, we put our sweatshirts on, had a hat on, some people put out their gloves. We layered our protection. Okay, well, there's a COVID surge on. Let's layer our protections. Do all of these things together while the surge is on. And when the surge declines, you can take off some layers of protection. That's just how the way things are, and we need to be smart about dealing with COVID. And those are the key things that if we do them together, they will drive down this surge real quick. And then a final number there, we're at a pandemic high on our R0, 2.1. That simply means one person getting ill is infecting 2.1 other people. So that's why there's a rapid spread of COVID in our community. And we know the tools on how to tamp it down. And the chart on the right, I wanted to point out, even though there might be discussions that hospitalizations are low and not picking up, they're actually picking up pretty fast if you look at the numbers, what's happening in the Trauma Service Area E and Tarrant County also. In Tarrant County, we're at 1,182 confirmed cases in hospitals, which is about 28% of our hospital capacity. So we've exceeded a lot of the thresholds that people used to look at in the past. I know that those thresholds don't have a trigger effect anymore, but we're still very high. This one illness is taking 28% of our hospital bed capacity. Similarly, in ICUs, we have 190 people in the ICU. That's about 45% of our ICU capacity in Tarrant County. Again, people still have heart disease, traffic accidents, other things that need ICU care. So let's preserve that if we can. Again, the way is for community to act together to fight COVID. If we just let it run over, then we're going to continue to have problems in our healthcare world as well. And then the final number there of importance is a pandemic high on our pediatric hospitalizations. We're at 45 kids confirmed with COVID in the hospital. In other places, there has been a worse surge. Hopefully that doesn't happen here in Tarrant County. But, you know, this is a big number for us. I think the previous peak was 44, and we've surpassed that already. So that's where we are with COVID update. Messages don't really change for the public. I mean, we have all the tools now. We have vaccines available. We know social distancing and masking. We have treatment options. All of these things are in play. Even though some things are ebbing and flowing in supply, we get it. But we have all the tools. We just need to put them all together. If we pick a favorite tool, I'm going to use just one tool. Well, yeah, you're going to have some challenges because the situation changes. So you got to apply all your tools together, especially when you're dealing with a heavy situation. And when it's lighter, you go back to utilizing your favorite option. Quick update on the testing operations. As you understand, heavy demand and volume is continuing at all the sites. You know, our new site opened in White Settlement yesterday. The vendor BioIQ that we work with opened a site at the Splash Days water park parking lot. They had a pretty good run. I think they got about 500 some people yesterday. That was good for a first day. And but the vendor is okay, and the lab that they work with are okay. But we're experiencing overall just a delay on all labs, starting to get huge volumes. In fact, we have a surplus lab that we use to send some of our samples. They're starting to experience some delays, and you heard last week, TCC had a vendor and a lab. They were experiencing delays. Things are looking better, though. We did hear from our partners at TCC that their lab is saying hopefully by next week they'll be all caught up and turnaround times will improve. So we'll you know, kind of cross our fingers and hope that things get back to sort of a little bit more manageable rate. And then the charts below here are just showing you testing volumes. Going into December, they were really low. And as you can see, January, just the first 10 days have exceeded all of that combined, you know, September, October, November timeframe and December timeframe. So we're definitely seeing a lot more disease activity, so it's time to be extra cautious and use all our tools wisely together. That's all I have. Oh, vaccine update. Sorry, quick update on that. We did see the updated numbers come in, 1.14 million people fully vaccinated in Tarrant County. That's about 59% of eligible population over 5. And the main story remains, for some reason, I can't figure out why folks are not coming out in those big numbers to get their booster dose. So we have a gap there. 320,000 people have received their booster. That leaves us about 900,000 people that we know are eligible. And my message is, you were motivated to get the 2 doses. Let's get the job done. Let's come out and get our booster doses done. Data showing us boosters are protecting us against different variants. Vaccine is in plenty of supply everywhere. You can go to a pharmacy, you can come to public health, many locations. Let's get those booster doses in.
So,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
to that point, Vinny, is I've heard some folks were kind of confused on the booster front, waiting to get a prompt from Public Health Department, similarly to when they could get their second shot this earlier on with the initial doses. And I think that you all have done some of that prompting with the, I guess, emails, texts, and phone calls. But will you talk a little bit about just to help for people to understand, like, when they can go get boosted?
Yes, so
Get their
I
booster.
totally understand the confusion about booster doses because they have been approved at different times with different brands, sometimes getting approvals at different times. General rule of thumb right now is that if you have had a 2-dose series, so Moderna or Pfizer, and there has been now 5 months past that, you're eligible for a booster. And then if you've had a 1-dose vaccine, Johnson & Johnson, and I think if you're 2 months out of that, then you are eligible for a booster. There are some limitations on certain brands and certain ages and all those type of things, and we usually post that on our website. But that's the general rule of thumb. If you've been 5 months out of your 2-dose series, come get a booster or call us. And then the process, like you outlined, we talk about it here and in the media briefings. We've had press releases go out. We do automated phone calls, people who become eligible. We're mass calling 20, 30,000 people as they become eligible. There's text messages that are going out as well. And then, of course, there's a lot of other information that we put out on our website and our social media channels. And then when things were low, not recently, but when things were low, we actually had our call center making outgoing calls because we wanted to make sure these folks are, utilizing their time. So people that were eligible, especially like the younger age groups, and we kind of keep a track of that data, we were making sure we call the parents, get a conversation going, hey, school is on, your child is eligible for a booster dose, and when they come in, if they have other vaccines that we need to take care of, we'll do that as well. So a lot of that work has gone in, but again, there's a gap. 900,000 people in Tarrant County are eligible for a booster. They need to come at the time and then get their doses done. Reminder, public health is not the only place you can get a vaccine. Pharmacies have it, providers have it. Let's just get out and get this done.
So now, related, and then I know that the judge wanted to share something, but I've also heard that people have misplaced their vaccine card and they cannot remember what they initially received, therefore the timing of when they should go. And then also, how can you get a replacement card? Which you've shared that before, but it's just a good time to remind everybody.
Yes, ma'am. So not having a card is not a barrier at all. So you can definitely come to a public health department, or you can go to your original provider, whoever it was. Pharmacies have it. Different hospitals and doctors' offices that gave you your shots should have your record. And they literally what they have to do is pull out information from the state registry, write out a brand new card, and you're good to go. Now, a lot of the pharmacies I've seen, they've got a new electronic QR code type version also that they're giving out. We still have the white CDC card to give out, and we're looking at if that option is available to us. But it is available easily. There's no cost. You just come in, they look up the information, and they fill out a card. We prefer that you go to the provider that you went to, but I can tell you a lot of people just come to us because they don't know where else to go. And a lot of those sites, the big FEMA sites are done, and so they have no other options. A lot of them have been coming to us, and we can do that service. We do it at any of our health department locations, but we prefer that they come to the main building because that's where we have the most staffing and availability.
Very good. Thank you.
Vinny,
Go ahead.
I carry around 3 vaccination cards.
Yes, sir.
One for the first shot, one for the second shot, and one for the booster shot. Is there any way of consolidating these so I only have to carry one card?
Yes, sir. Again, we can do the same service as well, and any provider can. They'll just take a fresh card, note down the dates and the lot numbers, because that's what is important. They want to make sure you got the right lot number tracked down, and it will all be consolidated into one card.
I got one. From him.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've got one. You alluded to this in your comments, but I want to be sure and highlight it again and stress it again. you have put on your website information that can be as helpful and as central as we can be for all of the citizens in Tarrant County, as regards to vaccination sites, as regard to testing sites, all of this. Just because it's on there doesn't mean it is us. And by that I mean, we put on their testing sites. Some of those testing sites are done by other organizations.
Yes, sir.
Or by contractors or vendors. The same with the vaccinations. Pharmacies are listed on there. So it's important to remember that while it may be on our site, that does not necessarily mean that we are in any way, shape, or form involved in that, maybe in that particular service that is there and available to the citizens of Tarrant County.
Absolutely, sir. So we, as a public health department, part of our job is to educate the public on a variety of resources that are available. Some of the services we may provide ourselves, like we have our hand in testing, we have our hand in vaccination, but you understand we don't do it all. There's other entities that do it. And then there's treatment options. Where can you find oral treatments, or what are new treatments that are getting approved? Where can you find an antibody infusion center? All of those things we borrow from other entities who are in that business, and then we put it on a nice consolidated page. Information's coming from other sources. We're just as a central hub of information so that people can come to one spot and find what they're looking for. That's what we're doing. Yes, sir. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vinnie.
Okay, we're now going to go ahead and move to the administrator section, and Mr. Schaffner is going to do 1, 2, and 3 on our section.
Thank you, Mr. Manias. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners.
Hi,
So,
Russell.
first off, we're asked on agenda item 1 to receive and file the Tarrant County COVID-19 recovery report that was distributed to you all, I believe, late yesterday.
Move to receive and file.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, on agenda item number 2, we're asking for 2 action items, action A and action B. First, on action item A, we're asking the court to approve new budget items for the FRF, the court's FRF budget. Specifically, we are asking for 5 items, and this is on the large sheet. The first one is BJA grant positions for, these are 2 grant positions that we received a BJA grant for. We're using FRF funds to create the positions for the larger program. These will be in CSCD for $157,000. An additional $2 million to our Provide COVID-19 testing bucket that currently has $4 million. We're asking for an additional $2 million. And then $1 million for public health facilities improvements. This is a bucket of funds for us to begin the process of looking at what improvements, capital improvements are necessary for our public health department. $500,000 for the Tarrant To and Through program. This will be a partnership with the Tarrant To and Through, the Tarrant County College Foundation and Tarrant County Community College to create additional advisors for students to be successful in community college. Again, it's a large partnership, and our portion would be about $500,000 is what they're asking. And then finally, for resource connection, broadband and Wi-Fi connectivity for some of our buildings that do not have sufficient broadband or Wi-Fi connectivity. So we're asking you all to approve those 5 budgeted items.
And that just gives you budget authority to go ahead and try to arrange these things and bring it back to the court for approval.
Yes, sir, correct.
Move approval of action item A.
Second.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I guess we'll get this next week, is just more information on this Tarrant To and Through. This is the first that I'm hearing of it, and so I just wanted to make sure I understand it better.
Absolutely, and we can get additional information. We'll be bringing a contract forward to court in the next several weeks regarding that one.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any additional discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And then for action item B, this is related to attachment C, which are the items that are on the agenda that are FRF funded, specifically an item in the administrator section, which we will get to next, regarding a change in a funding source for a contract to provide COVID-19 testing. And secondly, a contract compliance staff for the auditor's office that'll be under HR, the Human Resources Department section. So if we could receive and file that list, please.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And then for agenda item number 3 under the administrator section, we are requesting approval of a change in the funding source for professional services agreement between Tarrant County and RCA Laboratory Services, DBA Jeanette Works LLC. This is for $790,000. Previous contract with CARES funded, and we're switching it to FRF funded. So whenever we are needing COVID tests, we can send these off to have those.
So it can
tests
be
performed.
ongoing because CARES funding has expired.
Yes, sir.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion
Yes.
passes unanimously.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Russell.
Ms. Tidwell?
We have one item today, and we're asking the court to approve the release of $1.1 billion in collateral as outlined in your court communique.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
That was with a B.
Yes.
Move to receive and file personnel agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, and good afternoon. We have a few more items for the court this morning. The second item is a waiver for domestic relations. As described in your court communique, this request is related to a selection that's been made for Director of Community Supervision Unit. We're requesting that the court waive 279 vacation hours effective January 23rd. We are looking at net savings to the general fund of approximately $10,700 and some change.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
The next item is a request to approve an out-of-class pay extension. This is Precinct 2. Commissioner Allen is requesting an extension of out-of-class pay through April the 16th, the details of which are outlined in your court communique. We are looking at a cost to Road and Bridge of approximately $781.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item number 4, this is a request to approve a TO change to the auditors, for the auditor's office. Mr. Schaffner referred to this earlier in his comments. We're requesting the creation of a project position effective January 12th. This individual, once hired, will ensure federal compliance with related to construction projects. This is an ARPA-funded position. If approved, we're estimating an impact of a fiscal impact, annual fiscal impact of around $85,000.
And this was on one of the previous weeks, receive and file.
Yes, sir.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So item number 5, we're asking the court to approve additional Sheriff's Department personnel related to reporting requirements under recently enacted House Bill 766 and Senate Bill 6 by the Texas legislature. And again, this item you were briefed on earlier this morning. The specific request is for 8 new project positions. These positions, or the incumbents of these positions, will be responsible for the data entry related to bond reporting requirements. We are estimating a cost to the general fund of approximately $459,772. That does include fringe benefits.
Why are these project positions?
Because we heard the briefing this morning, and we know that there's going to be changes and modifications to that statute. So it turns into a project, and if it gets to the point that these are going to need to be permanent, if there's no other adjustments by the legislation, then we'll come back to the court to change it.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Now, it's also, is this, when we enter this into the system, before this happened, if somebody came in, was arrested, went to the magistrate said, we're gonna let you out.
Yes, sir.
Was there still something that y'all had to enter into the system, or did you not enter this individual into the system before he or she was found guilty or of the crime that they're being booked in on?
Not related to bond conditions. The only things that were related to bond conditions that law enforcement really had a strategic hand in prior to this was things that had to do with emergency protective orders and protective orders. Those were kept by our dispatch, and those were put into the system that showing that a person had a protective order for them or against them, and that would show up when somebody would run a person in TCIC or NCIC. But other bond conditions, we did not have that type of obligation to enter.
But somebody comes in, he referred to DWI.
Yes, sir.
So somebody comes in, they're arrested, they're booked in, and they're gonna go to a magistrate. At the back door, when the booking process, do you enter some information into this system at that time? Does someone have to sit down and put the name, the address, and all that stuff in?
They booked the individual into the system there in the jail, showing that they went through the magistrate process and that when they booked out and what they booked out on. But as far as our warrant clerks who enter everything into warrants, the system, the TCIC, NCIC system each week, at about 450 warrants going in each week, it did not include bond conditions on their end. Now, the back door enters everything that they're coming in on and what they're going out on, and the bond desk makes sure that they record everything.
Is that, when you say entered in, is it entered into this TCIS or whatever we call it?
It's entered into our internal system.
Internal system.
Internal system, yes, sir.
And, because I guess what I'm trying to get to is we now know that we've got to do something with these bond conditions. But is that, there's a whole lot of information we've got to gather and enter in. Name, last address.
Yes, sir.
All this kind of stuff.
Yes, sir.
Has this previously been being entered? Or now that we're doing the bond desk, is this the first time we're going to have to enter the name, the address, or is the bond condition simply going to be another screen in the system that we have to go out and fill in some information?
Yes, sir. So there is a section of the TCI system that has been created by DPS specifically to enter these bond conditions. Our clerks have been entering that since January 1st. They actually called prior to January 1st asking if the system was prepared for them to start entering bond conditions. It was. They gave them the information. They provided them the screen, told them how to enter the conditions, and they've been doing it since January 1st.
Okay.
As far as our internal system, no, that was not something. Name, address, and everything goes into the system. It does not automatically go into TCIC and CIC.
No, but beginning January the 1st, now we have to enter this bond information.
Yes, sir.
So are we going into TCIS?
TCIC, NCIC?
Yeah. When they now have to enter this bond condition into the state system, when they do that, is the name and all this other stuff already in there and they simply have to go in and enter the bond conditions? Or is this the first time they're entering all of this information into the system?
Some of it, depending on the person's history, may already be in the system, not always, but paperwork and all the things regarding the bond conditions come from the courts clerk. We all work together to basically get it to our warrant clerks, bond clerks at this point, to give them everything they need that's not already in the system. Most of it is going to be entered brand new, because there's no bond conditions that have been entered before in the past. So they're entering a lot of it brand new. If it's a victim, they're gonna have to enter victim information brand new. They have to enter all the conditions brand new. And once the conditions change, they have to go back in and they have to re-enter that. And it's a closed system.
Okay.
They can't just go in and take stuff out. They have to put it in and then go back in and update it.
And they're gonna be entering that information based off information they received post-magistration
From the courts and from the clerk's
from the
office, yes, sir.
courts and the clerks.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Schubert failed on me. Okay, so back to I think this is we don't know what's gonna happen. And again, in some of the positioning of the legislature, I'll just say, remember the one where they said, once you fund, you can't defund?
Right.
We're still trying to figure this out, so if we call these people.
That's another reason for them to be project.
That's right, if we call these people permanent this year and then turn around and now decide that we found or they implement something that allows us to streamline this system, then we could find ourselves in harm's way.
That was a long way around the bush, but I get it.
Yeah, I was hoping that because we're also looking at some changes on the post-magistration to try to streamline it and to try to be able to create something that will provide the clerks with the information and hopefully be able to enter one set of information that will notify everybody that needs to be notified. And it sounds like we're gonna be forced to just basically give you all that information, and then you're gonna have to re-enter it because the state hadn't figured out how to make that happen.
There are gonna be some duplicate processes. For now, I can give you some numbers just to give you an idea. And though we do see in the future possibly some tweaking of this in legislature, Texas doesn't really have a history of completely backing off things that they've put into legislation regarding public safety or victim safety. So even if they tweak it a bit, it's probably, some of it's here to stay.
Well, and first of all, let me just say, I applaud them for the notification of the victims and getting it out there so that when somebody pulls somebody over, I'm all for that.
Oh, yes.
I just want to make sure that if we can enter the information one time and not have to have somebody entering it duplicate or many times,
it would be great.
It'll be a way that we can not only streamline, but it'll also be a way that we can guarantee that the people who need to be notified are notified and that something doesn't slip through the crack.
Correct. And DPS may look at something like that in the future. Also, right now it is a closed system that requires very specific certifications for anybody to go in and even enter or have any kind of access to that system. You have to have special access to the system. Right now, the last couple of weeks, we've been having the clerks watch especially this particular entry, how long each one takes. And someone had mentioned earlier, it takes 15 to 20. The last week, they've been watching it very closely. It's 20 to 22 minutes per bond, and there's 800 to 850 bonds per week that have to be entered into the system.
Wow.
So you're saying there's that many that actually ended up having to be entered into the closed system with the state?
Yes, sir.
There may be more out there, but those are the ones that had to be entered into the closed
No,
system.
they're coming every day. Those are the ones, every week, we have 800 to 850 bonds that have to be entered in that system, either under the violent offenses category, which means within 24 hours, yes, or in the nonviolent, which gives them 10 days, but they just keep coming. I mean, there's no slowing of it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And then we have one last item. Commissioner Brooks, I think, asked last week for us to bring back the pandemic leave discussion, and so we're prepared to have that discussion, and I'm going to ask Ms. Ramnaran to step forward. There she is. And while she's stepping,
One question that I have of the DA's office. Because this was something, do we have to vote to reconsider this, or do we always have the ability to change a policy and potentially make it retroactive?
Could you ask that question one more time?
This was a policy that we adopted prior to January 1. And Commissioner Brooks last week asked that we reconsider that. So my question now is, does our first motion need to be to reconsider? Or can we, by policy, since it's a policy, can we basically change that policy at any point in time? And without reconsidering it, can we make it back effective to January 1?
There's not one specific way you have to do it, so you could do it either way. And yes, you can, if you want to make it retroactive to January 1, then that is permissible.
Okay.
I think he's trying to figure out whether I've got standing to make the motion.
No, we can do that, and that's not, I just want to make sure that whatever we do correct, because I had previously thought I remembered y'all saying that if we're going to do something that goes back, we have a problem doing that.
That did not relate to pandemic-related leave.
Okay.
and Judge, before you guys get started with that discussion, if I could take just a moment to remind the Commissioners Court as well as our department heads that this is the month that we launch our learning management system. And we've sent out a couple of emails, one before Christmas and one since Christmas, to department heads and elected officials, letting them know that we have 2 information meetings this week, one on Wednesday at 2 o'clock and one on Thursday at 10 a.m. It's the exact same meeting, so department heads need only attend one meeting. They are virtual meetings. The emails do contain links that will get you into the meeting. These are very brief sessions. These are 30-minute sessions, I think is what we have scheduled. And again, it's just information meetings. And if the court recalls the learning management system, that will be the hub where all training will be offered. And so we are transitioning from our current hub to the new hub. So that's all this meeting is to discuss, sort of where do you find it, how do you click, that kind of thing. And it's just high level. There will be additional meetings after this meeting for sort of the super users for departments as well as employees. So this is just the very first out of the gate meetings to introduce learning management to our department heads and elected officials.
And you'll keep kind of an attendance record of who all came
Yes, sir.
and participated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So we are here to discuss pandemic leave. So as you stated, in December, we discontinued the use of pandemic leave. So I've given you a handout with the numbers from December. The payroll isn't entirely caught up yet because we haven't finished running payroll, but you see the requests on the right-hand side that are in blue with the blue headings. In December, as of yesterday, although this has still gone up, but we had 142 requests for pandemic leave in December. The overwhelming majority of that was for the employee's own quarantine and or positive test result situation. So 130 of that 142 is for the employee's own situation. And just to give you a little bit more perspective, that 142 in the first about 2.5 weeks of December, we had 26 people request leave. In the final, from the 20th through the 31st, we had 116 request leave. So as you can see, there was a pretty huge jump right around Christmas.
Do we have any way of knowing on those requests how many of them were or were not vaccinated?
No, sir.
Okay.
Do we also know if the particular reason that they were requesting the leave, if it was for, well, I guess you said for December that the majority were for the employees' own quarantine, right?
Correct. And I will tell you, I've seen test results for most of those, and most of those were positive test results. So 130 of the 142.
The reason I ask that we reconsider this is because when we took the vote, we were just at the beginning of the Omicron surge. We had no idea that the surge was going to be of the magnitude that it has become. And it is impacting our employees, it is impacting our employees' families. There will be a need for leave for employees to quarantine. There will be a need for leave for parents who are employees to take care of children who need to quarantine. We don't want the lack of pandemic leave to be an excuse for someone to come to work with a positive test or come to work with symptoms, whether they've had a test or not. It should not be a money issue as to whether or not a person comes to work and potentially spreads this virus among their employee group, their cohort of employees. It's a public health issue as far as I'm concerned. We need to be able to help employees manage their disease, help department heads manage the diseases of their employees and their families. Without having to worry about, well, I don't have any leave time left. If I stay home, I'm not going to get paid. I don't feel well, but I need to get paid, so I'm going to come to work.
Commissioner, I understand what you're saying. I guess I have to disagree. I think we've tried to help our employees. We've given them 80 hours in the past. We've given them the opportunity to get vaccinated. I believe that this is, like any other situation, we've got to look at it. And to some extent, I've also looked at kind of what the private sector does. I am willing to go back and say, if you've not used all of your 80 hours, you can use up to the 80 hours with the requirement that you must have been vaccinated. And that, and I would be willing to take that back to January 1 of 22, but I believe that at some point we've got to stop this. We've got to stop just giving away the time, and we've got to require them to take it out of their time. And I understand that some will not have time, but I just don't believe that at that point it's they've got to take responsibility for some of that. And I also hope and believe that if somebody comes to the office sick, that we can require them to be tested, and that if they've got COVID, they shouldn't be there. And we will send them home, and if they come to the office knowing that that they have COVID, then at that point, I would be willing to consider terminating or firing them.
So, I wonder how much of that is actually legal. So I would like to hear from the DA's office on that. And I don't disagree with you, Judge, that there does need to be an end, but now is not the time to do that. When Vinny just told us that the R naught is 2.10. So things are too high right now, and I certainly believe in personal responsibility. I certainly have confidence in the vaccines. But to Commissioner's point is, I don't know that any of us up here have in the recent past had to show up for work even when we didn't feel well, because otherwise we would not be able to put food on the table, keep the lights on, keep a roof over our head. And those are decisions that our employees are having to make. And if they are coming to work sick, then they're affecting their colleagues, and they're also affecting the public whom we serve. So yes, I think there does need to be an end, but it's not right now.
But if we choose not to end it right now, what if we had chosen to do this back in July? Would we reinstitute it right now?
Maybe if it made sense. I mean, we've had to be nimble through COVID this whole time. Some things it made sense to continue, some things it made sense to end, so that we could better allocate where the resources are going. So I think now is the time where we need to put more resources into our employees, and I don't know if there's some way to connect it to what our numbers are reflecting. I mean, I think this would be a great opportunity to have Vinny to weigh in if he wants to add what type of points could we have. If we're not talking about a particular end date, which I think we could come up with that, but also what are some other indicators? Because for a workforce of 4,300 people who work throughout the entire county and they're interfacing with the community, then, I mean, we have some responsibility here to do the most that we can as an organization.
But I think our responsibility is the same as most any other business. And I believe a lot of, the private sector, that just doesn't happen. I mean, the first year we didn't have a vaccine, we made it available. The second year, we had a vaccine and we still made it available. At some point, and many of the folks who are getting it are unvaccinated. So I truly believe that the first criteria in any change is going to be they got to be vaccinated. And if they're not willing to do that, then in my opinion, they have made a choice and they're going to have to live with the consequences of that choice when it comes to being able to put food on the table or whatever the case may be. But I mean, you've heard enough from me, so.
The virus affects the vaccinated, the boosted. I personally know people who have had both vaccinations and the booster and tested positive and need to quarantine. This virus, it falls on the vaccinated and the unvaccinated not in equal measure, but everybody's subject to it.
I got a question. Do we even have the legal authority to require the vaccination?
No.
I'm not sure
We would
we
not
do.
be requiring vaccinations. We would make an eligibility requirement for the additional pandemic-related leave to be the showing of that you are in fact vaccinated. We're not requiring any employees to get vaccinated.
Because we can't by law, right?
Well, that's in the courts right now.
But so currently, we cannot by law.
Now, let's make it clear, we're talking about everybody other than law enforcement.
Correct.
So just be sure we understand, the state has dictated to us what we will do with law enforcement.
That's correct.
I'm asking for a 90-day extension so that we can hopefully get past the peak of the Omicron surge.
So let me just be sure So you're not putting any requirement for vaccination. It makes no difference whether or not they've used the 80 hours which we have given them in the past. You're just basically saying that.
Well, the 80 hours that we've given them in the past has expired. It no longer is available to them.
I'm just asking, are you saying that everyone would be eligible for another 80 hours?
Well, so what would that look like if we reinstated it to what it previously was? What would that mean for whether time was unused or not, or how much time was used?
You can do it either way, Commissioner. You can have it so that if I, let's just say I used 40 hours before, I could still have 40 hours remaining, or we can start as though it's day one and have another 80 hours.
I could go along with that.
Did we cut this off
As a
1st of
compromise.
December or the 1st of January?
You cut it off the 1st of January.
First of what?
1st of January.
Okay.
December 31st.
We do have some, at least I know I've heard from one county employee who just happened to have gotten COVID during that lapse in time. So if we are talking about reinstating and we can agree on some terms that the court would re-adopt or adopt an amended policy, then I definitely would want to make sure that we're thinking of, that we go back to that January 1st date, so, yeah.
I would agree with that. And again, what I would be looking for and willing to support would be, one, a requirement of vaccination. Two, you've got, if you've already used your 80 hours, you don't have any time. If you've not used it, you've got, or what, if you've only used a portion of it, whatever, you would have up to 80 hours. And then I would eliminate, on our previous policy, I would eliminate all of that which deals with the employees, everything after 4 and before your asterisk. The one that starts with employees and ends with Family First Coronavirus Response Act and Family Medical Leave Act.
So just to clarify, you're saying 80 hours, just not the 10 weeks?
That's correct.
What, I'm sorry, what'd you just say?
I think the clarification I was asking for, he's allowing 80 hours for any of the reasons under the previous policy, but not an extension of the 10 weeks for childcare purposes.
What about the possibility of limiting this to the end of February?
As long as, from my standpoint, I want people vaccinated. And so in order for me to support anything, they're gonna have to prove that they have been vaccinated, and if eligible, that they've gotten a booster.
All right.
My
Can
only
accept.
comment is, as the payroll person who has to live with this,
Will you put that mic a little bit closer? So.
as the payroll department that will have to live with this, I understand y'all's concerns and your desires, but you're sure making it complicated.
You're just saying all of this, or any particular part of it, or what?
There's a variety of things being discussed that would make it really difficult. I mean, who's gonna screen the vaccinations? How are we gonna get that? How are we gonna get that proof before we can enter it into the system to authorize the fine? I've been out, and I wasn't part of any discussions with HR, some of my folks were, but again, administering this, and certainly not going back to any of the family medical leave requirements with certain types of calculations, we just aren't set up to do that. It's very difficult. And so if the court has a consensus on what you're interested in, we'll do everything we can. What I wanted to say is I could come back next week though and tell you that I can't do it, or I can't do it without additional resources or whatever that would look like. I mean, I assume HR is going to be checking all the vaccinations and checking the hours and everything else. If I recall, didn't we allow people to use the 80 hours, the initial 80 hours, the pandemic leave for that 1 week? They worked even, so some people used some of it because they worked back in March. I mean, there's a lot of things that have gone on here that were not straightforward.
Are you talking about 2020 or?
Yes, but I'm just
Oh,
saying.
yeah, this didn't exist last year. But you're
Yeah.
correct. I mean, the more restrictions we put on it, the more burdensome, and you're looking at the pandemic leave person. So I'm not trying to go to bat for myself or for payroll or anybody else. The point is, the more restrictions you put on it, it's just harder to administer, and it's harder for employees to understand. We go back and forth. We need your test results. We need your vaccination status. That's not to say we should or shouldn't do it. It's just, it gets more complicated, and it's going to take more time and more resources.
And I will also point out that did we not, as the public health, we decreased the quarantine time from the 10 days to the 5 days?
Correct.
So we're not having people quarantine for 10 to 14 days. They're quarantining for 5. So therefore, that's 40 hours and not 80 hours. Not to say that you can't pick 80 hours, but there's a lot of things moving around in this. And again, I'll do whatever we can reasonably do to accommodate anything the court wishes, but we are making it somewhat of a challenge up here.
The only caveat I'll put on that with law enforcement, those that are in confined settings, they are still at 10 days or more theoretically. So I know that's not part of this, but some of those people who are still in those scenarios that aren't law enforcement, i.e. booking techs, may still be at 10 days rather than 5.
What was that
If
part?
they test positive, the 5 days for close contacts purposes, but if they test positive, they can still easily be out for 10 days.
Yep, it's 5 plus 5.
Mary Louise?
I appreciate y'all looking at this, I really do, and I sent a little bit of information out. For my organization, we had 16 people out with the virus. 11 of those are non-vaccinated. But if I'm understanding correct, once you have the virus, you have a 90-day kind of immunity, I think that's correct. So if we're looking to our policy, I think we worked with public health. If you've had the virus and you're symptom-free and you're not vaccinated, you're allowed to come back to work. So if we pull up and think we want to do this for 90 days, the people we're trying to help that have already used their 80 hours because they're not vaccinated, and that is the majority of my people that keep getting this second, third time. Moving forward, we have a 5-day quarantine, and then you have immunity for 90 days. So that person that would be leave without pay would probably be coming into work because they've had the virus, they're naturally immune for 90 days, and they're going to come back to work. So I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Brooks.
I don't know whether that 90-day natural immunity thing
Is it in? Is that written?
Is that real or not?
Yes, sir. So the general consensus is that the general scientific consensus is that once you recover from COVID-19 illness, you have natural immunity for up to 90 days. That's been there since the beginning. I mean, we've relied on that. But all of these things, I mean, that's a whole different discussion, right? I mean, there's so many different variables that go into it. It's just not about people who've recovered. It's also people who've been exposed at work and what should they do and all that.
So we need to keep our doors open. So if she doesn't have signs or symptoms and he doesn't, and this is a third time to catch it, they have 90 days, they're like, Mary Louise, I'm reporting to work. Come on. I mean, we're trying to keep our doors open. And I communicated to you, if we do this again, we're going to end up in the same place of the unvaccinating, catching it again, and us doing the exact same thing. That's what I'm asking y'all to consider.
Well, I mean, I think it's important to add, since January 1, I've had 11 employees who have been out, the majority of whom were totally vaccinated and boosted. So.
So I have 3 options there for you, none of which match what the judge said, but I will entertain a motion, I guess. One is, the option 1 is just to continue it, the policy as it is, as though it didn't discontinue through March 31st. Option 2 is for vaccinated employees only, again, through March 31st. Or option 3, it stays discontinued.
So is option 2 the one that's closest to what I indicated, except that it just goes through March 31st? Or what would be the other differences in what I indicated?
So from what I understand, you wanted it option 2-ish, pandemic leave, as it is with the exception of the 10 weeks for, I don't know if you said 90 days or if you said a month, I
didn't
don't.
say that, but I said only for those people who've been vaccinated.
Right. So probably option 2 is the closest. We would just need to add the caveat subtracting the 10 weeks.
I'll move approval for option 2.
Can I hear that one more time?
So option 2 right now is continue pandemic leave as it is for vaccinated employees only through March 31st.
And that would be effective as of January the 1st, and it would eliminate that 10-week extension.
If that's in your motion, but I don't
Is that
know
in
that
your
it
motion?
was.
I'm not sure what 10-week extension
If you'll
you're
go to the
talking
second page on that, there's a thing, it's 10 weeks for childcare. Someone could be off 10 weeks for childcare.
Right. Reason 4 allows an employee to stay at home with their children if their school or if their daycare has closed due to COVID or pandemic reasons. And they get the 80 hours, but they can have an additional 10 weeks if it remains closed that long.
And I was saying you can get the 80 hours, but you can't get the 10 weeks.
The 10 weeks, okay.
I will
Yeah.
say it's not used very much at all.
Okay, yeah, I could go for that.
Okay, so going back to my
Yeah.
request, so option 2 is to continue the leave as is, but with the requirement of vaccination and until March 31st,
Without the 10 weeks,
without,
I would ask for one more clarification. Is the 80 hours restarting on January 1st or it's continuing from last year?
Continuing from last year.
No, because continuing from last year does not help those who are out of leave.
is there any recommendation to how we can help those that without leave? I mean, I'm being sensitive to, like even with contract employees, and I know some of our departments are very heavily reliant upon contract employees to do our, COVID mitigation and recovery work. And so, and with the employment market being what it is, like we need them to stay with us. Any thoughts on that?
If they get severely ill, we have shared sick leave that they can apply for. Barring that, I don't believe we have any mechanisms that would address that. So
So right now, your motion, you're saying, no, it has to be a brand new 80 hours. And who was the second?
Well, we were still trying to clarify
Okay,
what the motion
I didn't know
was.
for sure whether we had a second, that's why I was asking. Okay.
So I'll second Commissioner Brooks.
I would point out that I have compromised, and I would urge you to compromise as well, Judge.
I just can't start this process all over with 80 hours.
40?
You can't do
40
anything
hours?
that doesn't give you everything that you want. That's what you're saying.
Well, no, I guess what I would say is I feel like we've given an awful lot, so what about 40 hours? 40 or the greater of 40 or.
No, that makes it so hard.
Why does it? I mean,
Because you have to look at each and every employee, go back and see how much they use, see where they are. I mean, either they have 40 hours, or they have 80 hours, or they have whatever's left from the previous. But when you start making it A, B, C, or D, each person we're then administering, we're checking A, B, C, and D. It just complicates.
Well, I was trying to accommodate Renee by keeping it simple.
Well, I mean, and I hear you, and I don't have to do the work and keep up with that and track and calculate. If you'll let me finish, Renee. Because here's the thing, though, is we are talking about, I get that there are some people who are going to try to abuse the system. That will be with anything that we have in place, right? Because I've heard that argument, and I appreciate it. But we're talking about the majority of people who need this time because they are sick, or someone that they are responsible for is sick. So I get that it's going to require work, but we're talking about the work of our colleagues, the people who are responsible for doing the work of the county. I don't want to miss the fact that we're talking about people here, which I'm not saying that that's lost, but it kind of feels like it.
Well, and I would also add that considerable percentage of our employees are in the sheriff's department or law enforcement and won't have any qualifying. You won't have to do any looking at them.
I guess all I was trying to do is make it straight across the board though, because when you start, the fact that someone did or didn't get sick previously and used their leave, and then now we're giving them another bucket, but someone was sick previous and then they get it again, to me, not only is it easier to administer, but it's, each employee knows how much time is available. And if they've already used their time, if that was your choice, I'm not suggesting that should be it, but it's just easier when you have a policy and it's pretty much the same for everyone. Either you're vaccinated and you qualify, or you don't have to qualify by being vaccinated, and it's just straightforward. So everybody can read that and say, well, either I qualify for that or I don't.
I
More
understand.
A, B, C's, and D's you also put in there, that we have more explaining
To do. Right.
the other part.
So can we get to number, y'all?
So if we do 5 days, which is that's 40 hours. So 40 hours, gotta be vaccinated, effective January 1, 2022.
A new bucket of 40 hours?
Yes. A brand new bucket of 40 hours.
Okay.
Now, y'all tell us what we just decided.
Can we restate the motion one time?
That's what I'm asking her to.
So I
Go
I
ahead.
believe what we're talking about is option 2. So effective January 1st through March 31st, employees will have 40 hours to use for any of the reasons that are listed on the second page. So 1 through 4, that's it. There's no 80 hours. 10 weeks. There's no 10 weeks.
And there's no 80 hours, it's 40 hours
40 hours
for fully vaccinated persons.
for any reason that's already listed.
Okay, you all got that?
Yes.
For- yeah.
So option 2, continue the leave as is for fully vaccinated, effective January 1 to March 31st, no 10-week extension, 40 hours. Because I seconded the motion, so I want to make sure that I know what.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
And can you clearly define what fully vaccinated means?
Jesus.
All I'm asking
2
is
shots
that.
and a booster.
Vinny,
So
we'll let the
that's-
health director.
That's a discussion for you, but the standard definition for fully vaccinated is 2-dose series completed for Moderna Pfizer, or a 1-dose for Johnson & Johnson. But you all heard all the consternation in the media about that they're looking to change the definition, all those type of things. So currently, 2-dose series completed, 2 weeks must have gone by since that.
And that's based off of the CDC's
CDC's
definition.
of
So
fully
can we
vaccinated.
pick
Yes, I'm
CDC?
fine with
All
that, 2
right.
shots.
Okay.
Good.
Tom?
Could you, I'm not clear as to what the duty of each elected official would be to ask, determine, or whatever, who is fully vaccinated. They don't have to tell us the truth, and we really don't have do we have any authority to
show
require
your
them to
card,
bring a
that's some
slip
HR
or show their card? Okay, so that'll be included in this?
Show the card, or they don't get it.
Okay, just as long as I understand what proof we're supposed to show.
I think that should all go through HR. That way, the elected official or department head themselves doesn't have to do it, but HR will confirm who is eligible to receive the 40 additional hours for pandemic-related sick leave.
Okay, so that's on HR, now that's.
You're off the hook.
Good, thank you.
Hunter? Chicken.
Follow-up question to that. So when an employee comes to me and says, I want to use this time, I'm going to say, clear it with HR first, and if you are approved, then you can come back and ask me to approve your time. Would that be the process first? You have to have it?
Angie's gonna take care of it.
So the process, I think, will be very similar to what it is now. We need the departments to do the legwork on the paperwork, send it to us, we will yay or nay it, but y'all need to do the same thing you do with any other medical-related condition, FML, pandemic leave, whatever. We need y'all to do the paperwork and get it to us. We'll get you revised forms soon. But, yeah, we need y'all involved with that.
But the approval process for us to pay is from HR.
Right.
I just want to make sure everyone heard that. You said the approval process to pay is through
I
HR.
will not pay until HR has signed off on the request.
That is correct.
Yep.
And we do understand that we are at the 10th day of January and that there are gonna be people who have been who will have been paid this Friday, that they'll have to go back and potentially reclass their time.
That's not
sir.
uncommon, that
Call the
that
question.
happens.
All right.
Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner.
No.
Judge?
What a wonderful day in the neighborhood.
Won't you be my neighbor? You are my neighbor.
I am your neighbor.
It's the work we signed up for.
That's right.
Where are we?
Okay.
Interlocal agreement.
County Judge and Commissioners.
Okay, Commissioner Brooks, I believe you have an interlocal agreement.
I've got 2 interlocal agreements with the city of Everman. I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Fickens?
Yes, I have an interlocal agreement with the city of Grapevine, and I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Johnson?
Item 9J, 3A and B for the city of Lake Worth, I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Are there any appointments? There being none, you have before you the claims, including the addendum.
Move approval of the claims, including the addendum.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. We've completed our briefing items. We have a couple of audience participation forms. Now, these are, I guess I got a phone call on the first one. This is Lydia Faith.
Hello?
Hi, Lydia. This is Judge Whitley. You had submitted an audience participation form, and we're on that point in the agenda, or journey. And you have 3 minutes to make any comments that you'd like to make at this time.
Okay, hi, my name is Lydia and I live in 76053. I'm asking today that the commissioners and Judge Whitley require Sheriff Wayborn to adopt better COVID protocols within the Tarrant County Jail. Voluntary mask wearing vaccinations are not enough. COVID cases once again are increasing every single day in Tarrant County. We've seen this many times now in Tarrant, but there still has not been enough protection from COVID. from the school district level to the county level. We need you to protect our communities. The sheriff's office is not doing enough to protect people in custody from COVID exposure. And with the new variant, which is more contagious, it is vital that they do more. I am issuing the following demands to be adopted by the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office. 1, mass release of all people who are incarcerated for low-level nonviolent offenses. 2, mandatory COVID testing for all TCSO jailers on a daily basis. Mandatory paid time off for all TCSO jailers who test positive until they test negative. 3, access to medical supplies and adequate soap, masks, gloves, and other forms of PPE for all people who are incarcerated within Tarrant County Jail. Suspension of duty for jailers who are not following mask wearing protocol after the second time of being caught without a mask. And lastly, ensure that the jailers are sanitizing all frequently used contact areas on an hourly basis. These simple actions can save lives, and it is vital for the Sheriff's Office to adopt these protocols. There have already been a total of 7 deaths of people in custody due to COVID-19. You all must do more to protect your community, and you can take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. Have a good day. Okay, next is Tamara Hutchinson, or Hutcherson. Is she here? Okay, put that aside just in case. Next is Mike Brewster. Mike, come on down.
How y'all doing today, Judge?
Great, sir.
Commissioners?
How are you? Happy New Year.
I'm Mike Brewster from Rendon, Texas. Finally had an opportunity to get with Mr. Manius last week and present some things that I would like y'all to consider in the long run. Mr. Brooks, you mentioned shining a light on things earlier. And one of the things that I found as I started looking at the election systems is they're just not very opaque. There's not much light on them. And some of the proposals I have made or given to Mr. Manius for y'all to consider are things that will shine some light. They'll make the system more opaque, or more transparent rather, to the citizens. Make information more readily available to them. But also we've got an opportunity here to start looking at a program that has not been looked at well. My experience in industry and in the federal government, every process I've been a part of has been examined much more thoroughly than what our election system is. We do have an opportunity coming up with the Secretary of State's audit that is really kind of minimal, but it's already in process. I believe that this is a wonderful opportunity for the commissioners to get with the Secretary of State's office, to get with the governor's office, and to be able to expand this look and turn it into a real comprehensive examination of the process and to determine where we go from here. Because right now, it doesn't matter how you vote. It doesn't matter whether you use pencil and paper and you hand count it or you use machines. That process needs to be audited. It needs to be audited effectively, and the RLAs that we're doing now are not effective audits. Certainly not in comparison with anything that I've done in any point, in any place that I've worked. So those are just some things that are out there. I'm looking forward to hearing from Mr. Manius on those proposals. I used to tell young officers that I hated when they didn't have benefit of my opinion, so I've left some papers for y'all to peruse. I'm sure that you don't have enough to read, and we'll leave some more things for you, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster. Next is Teresa Campbell.
Most of that you've seen. There's a couple other pieces that you have.
Teresa Campbell. Charles Wettermeyer.
Good afternoon, Judge Whitley and members of the court. It's an opportunity to be here. I was reflecting on the fact that citizens have a poor opportunity to affect our federal oligarchy these days. It's been, if 2021 taught us anything, it's that we have little power to influence the federal government. We've seen things like our troops and weapons be abandoned on the field of battle. We've seen the laws not being enforced, southern border thrown wide open. We've seen our scientists colluding with Communist China on virus research, and we've even seen the Department of Justice censoring parents at school board meetings. Texas is a little bit better. We spent 3 special sessions, and got some election reform done, but they took out the felony penalties. So Texas is problematical too. Yeah, there are two different pages there. One is an Excel spreadsheet with a timeline, and the other is a copy of y'all's consent agenda from 11/3. So Texas is tough too, but I'm enthused about Tarrant County. I was excited to hear the prayer. It was given by a man who seems to know the Lord. It was a sincere prayer. I was excited to see Mr. Tanajo mention that there are antivirals out there that can be used to treat the virus. You don't have to go to the hospital. We talked about that before, but he's beginning to put the word out, and that's exciting. Then I see your comments that recognize that people are not children. They're not your children. You serve these people, and you serve with distinction. I appreciate you. I'm proud to live in Tarrant County. I think we have the opportunity to make Tarrant County the shining city on the Texas hill. We can be the top. My vote is precious. It's my consent to be governed by you folks within the law. That's a big deal. It's my conceding. That means that you can set my taxes. You can you do collect my taxes. You spend my taxes. You run law enforcement. That's a big deal. It's a big part of my life. Elon Musk summed up the federal government. We all know about Elon, but he was pretty succinct. He said that government is the biggest monopoly, and it has a monopoly, the biggest corporation, and it has a monopoly on violence. And we have very little to do about it. That's the federal government. But Tarrant County is not that way. This meeting and the things I've mentioned make Tarrant County different, and it means we can do something about it. Now, there's been a dangerous precedent set, and that's when we accepted money from an outside source to help run our elections. That's a bad deal. A California billionaire runs money through a Chicago charitable cutout. He even got a tax deduction for putting all this money into elections. And it's the first time, as far as I know, that somebody was able to insert their influence inside the elections. Even rich, smart guys like Bloomberg never figured that out. They just go around and try to influence the voters. But this bunch figured out how to put money into the election, into the way you run it. It's sort of like me buying a house for my kids and finding out that they're going to use it for a purpose I didn't intend. That's my attitude about taking money from outside sources for our elections. I just want y'all to understand that. Hope it makes sense. If we don't have enough money to run a good election, tax me some more. I'm ready. I just want to know that it's fair. I want to know that the registration is legal. I want to know that the vote is legal. And I want to know that the count is legal. And that's the way you measure a fair election. 3 items, 6 words. Do it. Okay? Now, audits. I think I've seen in the budget, the county budget, where we spend money for an independent financial audit. I think it would be ridiculous for our financial people here in the county to say to us, well, I run a fair shop. There's no fraud going on in my shop, so there's nothing to see here. We don't do that. Going back to my consent, that's downstream stuff. That's given. I'm talking about an audit that establishes your right to be here, your right to govern me. And that's what I'm talking about. Now, I'm asking you, final deal, I'm asking you to direct Mr. Mattis to meet with me, and let's talk about how we could fund the county to do an audit with stipulations that were agreed upon. We wouldn't be influencing it, we'd be providing the money, but the county would run the audit with stipulations that we agreed to. That's my request, okay?
Thank you, sir. I mean, we can't respond, we're required by law not to respond.
Yeah.
But I would suggest that as opposed to maybe it being Mr. Mania, she might talk with Hyder Garcia, our elections administrator, who is responsible for that particular area. And I think that would be a place to start.
That's like telling the auditor you want him to audit himself. I need to go farther upstream.
Well,
Anyway, that's my point.
Okay, well,
Okay.
the stream is eventually gonna get to us. And so, the stream is eventually gonna get to us.
Right.
And so whether you start with Hyder or whether you start with Mr. Maney, it will end with us from that standpoint.
I appreciate your input.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Manius?
Not at this time.
Then we will recess our open meeting to proceed to close to discuss items exempt under section 551.071, 072, 074, 076, and 087 and 0725 of the Texas Local Government Code. I know, they put that in there. returning from closed session, there is no business to conduct at this time. However, I would like to go back to the point on our public health presentation and make you aware of the fact, and that's part of the comment that I made to Vinnie with regards to information on our website. There was a presentation last night on apparently Fox News, I'm sure your most watched station, that
One of my favorites.
that we as a county had screening data for this the
Monoclonal antibodies.
that basically said if you were non-white, you'd get it, and implied that if you were, you wouldn't. And what that came down to was that what we've been able to detect is, first off, the allocation of that medicine is done by the state, and it's allocated to hospitals. And the hospitals, doctors see these patients and determine whether they are going to write the prescription for this. And the FDA has certain criteria that you're supposed to use to evaluate that. And one of the criteria is, are you African American, are you Latino, whatever. And what we have simply done, like I said earlier, we have included that as informational as to where you can get this infusion and the monoclonal stuff. But it is not anything that the county has any dealing with whatsoever. But it showed up it went from Fox News last night to WBAP today. And my office has had some phone calls regarding that. And so, I don't know, I didn't mean to give you this second page of my closed meeting stuff, but
So your point is that
you
as
could
a
end up
county,
getting phone calls.
Sure. We simply are curating information from other governmental sources related to,
That's right.
okay, that's it.
We're not doing this, but
Well, what the hell does race have to do with it in the first place?
That was the premise of the
you
story.
can call, you need to write the FDA or the state, but I think what it may be that they believe that it is more, I don't know. I'm not gonna answer that question because I don't have a clue. If you look at this right here, and you look at the last item,
We're not adjourned yet.
you see in that little box, you see some of the things that they look for. You see sickle cell. And one of the things that I saw actually indicated Latino, non-white, Latino or African American. And, but this is what the FDA, Brittany found this.
Oh.
So I'm just telling you, in case you were to get a call, that's where it's coming from.
All right. Thank you so much.
We need to adjourn.
We are adjourned.